All right, good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 7 o'clock on Tuesday, April 9th. It's time to call this meeting to order of the Conservation Commission. My name is Carl Bischoff. I'm the chair of the commission. We'll be following the published and posted agenda. This meeting is being recorded. It is also on Zoom. If Zoom goes down, we'll continue with the meeting. You can look at this meeting later on if you want on the telemedia website and on YouTube. First thing is an open session for citizens' concerns. Do we have anybody in the audience who would like to bring something to the attention of the Conservation Commission that is not on our agenda? Please come on up to the podium and give us your name and address and let us know what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm Lucia Pacitti. I live at 24 Freeman Road, and I'm here about the Russell Mill Town Forest. My concern is, as I pointed to Mr. Coons, there have been trees getting chopped, and to me that represents a double jeopardy because there's someone in the forest with a knife or a machete taking down the trees, and there are children in the neighborhood that take advantage of the forest to have their outdoor time. And I would hate to see anyone get hurt if matters aren't resolved.
So I was going to talk about this in my report later on in the meeting.
Okay. Can you tell us? I've seen some of that myself. I've been out there and seen that. Have you seen anything really fresh, really recent? Because what I saw was 3 or 4 weeks ago.
We saw the first ones we saw was Saturday, and they looked really fresh.
Oh wow! Okay.
And I have pictures that I can share if you need me to.
And I've got a number of calls and emails about the same issue.
Okay.
I know it comes up later, but if I could just add, thank you for coming forward. I noticed it too the other day. And just to put a finer point, there's a lot of trees have been hacked like once, and then a lot appear to have been, and then some have been cut. But it's not just like somebody's cutting a couple of trees. It was pretty obvious to me someone's walking through the forest,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's probably, put a finer point on your concern.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I would ask the commission to do something
We will.
to catch that. Maybe it's trail cams
Yep.
or someone taking a walk every once in a while, see if they can catch what's going on. We need to end that.
Yep.
And I just wanted to let you know that as well. I went to the police today
Oh, okay.
because to me this is not just a tree concern. This is also a human concern.
Safety, sure.
And I was told that they really couldn't do much unless they saw something happening. So maybe a trail cam
Okay.
will give them that information.
We will take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate your input. That is not a good thing. All right, next on our agenda, we are looking at an update and discussion on the eroding slope at 5961 Carlisle Road. David, would you like to just bring that discussion up
I'll
first?
just give the commission a quick background on this.
We have town council online.
Yes,
right?
town council is here, but I'll give just a quick background summary and then turn it over to town council pretty quickly. So the issue is that there's an eroding slope, and I've seen this myself. There's an eroding slope at 5961 Carlisle Road. The location of the erosion is approximately in this red X where that I've drawn here, and it's in. The concern is that as it continues to worsen, that it's going to threaten the integrity of the driveway on this property right here, this property with a long neck, which is owned by Sean and Francesca O'Donnell, who also live there, and they're here tonight. So if you look closely, you can see that there is apparently a wetland here, and this is the buffer zone. So the slope is eroding in the buffer zone to this wetland, assuming it is a wetland, and that's sort of still in question, I think. Apparently, and the O'Donnells can correct me if I say anything wrong. My understanding is the O'Donnells called in Goddard Consulting, which is a company. I think the commission members are familiar with it. They've represented some applicants. So I think it was late in 2021 the O'Donnells asked Goddard to look at this wet area here. And my understanding is that Goddard did delineate it, did put some flags there delineating the wetland boundary. It's an isolated vegetated wetland. When the surveyor came to map the flags were gone. So all they were able to produce was the sketch plan right here that you see. You see there are no flags. The wetland area is not shown on either the town or state GIS database. I asked Scott Goddard of Goddard Consulting to send me, whatever additional data he has, like, soil samples that he took, or, DEP wetland data sheets, if any, that he filled out, and I never heard from him. So this is all we have. To indicate it's a wetland. I mean, certainly if you stand here, I mean, you do see wetland vegetation there. Again, there was some activity on the property. Looks like there was definitely. I do have photos. I probably should have brought them up. Photos that the O'Donnells sent me. There was vegetation was cut up in this area. Apparently, looks like there was some regrading that was done as well. And the O'Donnells tell me that the erosion, if it didn't start then, at least got significantly worse. So those are the facts of the situation. Certainly I think there's a legitimate concern, regardless of any wetland issues. I think there is a legitimate concern, myself personally, that if the erosion continues, it will, potentially impact the integrity of the driveway. So I've let town council know, Paul Haverty, who's here tonight. I've let him know all the facts, asked him to attend tonight to advise the commission on whether there's anything the commission can do to try to address this situation. So you're there, right, Paul?
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
Sure, thank you.
So my advice would be that first, the commission needs to establish whether or not, there is a wetland and whether or not there's a violation associated with that wetland. The ways it can do this, the burden of proof, if the commission wants to proceed with an enforcement action, is on the commission to establish that there is, in fact, a wetland and that there has been a violation. You can either do that, with the information that's already been submitted by Scott Goddard, if you believe that's sufficient. You can attempt to glean some additional information first by requesting of the property owner that you be allowed to go onto the site and do testing. If that permission is not granted, you can see whether or not you can identify a wetland on that property via the abutting property if you get the permission of that property owner. And then finally, you have the option of pursuing an administrative enforcement action. I'm sorry, an administrative search warrant from the Superior Court, which would allow you then to go onto the property and do whatever testing is necessary to determine whether or not there is a wetland and whether or not a violation has occurred. So that's sort of the options that are available to the commission as part of this. If the commission determines that it wants to move forward with an administrative search warrant, I can certainly assist the commission in preparing the materials for that.
Can you tell us what that looks like, an administrative search warrant? What kind of timing that is? What kind of effort? So
The timing, I haven't done an administrative search warrant before, so I don't know how long it would take. I don't anticipate it would take very long. In terms of the materials necessary, we would have to submit an affidavit to the court to support the need. That affidavit would require a detailed description of the property and the wetlands, the preliminary information giving rise to the belief that there is a violation, a general description of what the commission expects to find, and whether any soil or vegetation samples will be taken, a description of any attempts to obtain permission and/or attempts to view the property from another location, and a description of the authority to enforce under the local bylaw.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't think it's a particularly long or involved process, but there is a little bit of legwork necessary.
Okay, so, Peter, you have a question?
Well, I don't know if now is the right time, but my first question is what town bylaws and authorities apply here
Right.
besides our commission? In other words, what's the right town entity to address the neighbor concerns?
Right, because from what I understand is we don't really have authority to protect a driveway. That's kind of what, where I understand that's the issue that the O'Donnells have. That's not our area, but if it's as caused by a damage to a wetland, that's where we do have some authority. So is there any other insight into that, Paul?
Yeah, certainly. So the 59 to 61 Carlisle Street property was the subject of a comprehensive permit that was issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals. We would have to go back and review that comprehensive permit, make a determination as to whether or not any work has occurred that either wasn't yet allowed or wasn't allowed at all as part of that. And that would be within the discretion of the building commissioner to take enforcement on that.
Okay, all right. So I see someone standing at our podium who wants to speak, so why don't we go there?
If I could, Mr. Chair, thank you. For the record, my name is Adam Costa. I'm with the firm of Mead, Tallerman, and Costa with an office in Newburyport. I'm representing Sean O'Donnell and his wife Francesca, who's in the back here. I know that they were before you maybe 8 or 9 weeks ago to first bring this issue to the forefront. So I'd like to offer a few points of clarity. And let me say, I guess, at the outset that I appreciate the challenges in bringing this to the commission. My firm primarily represents municipalities, so I'm often on that side of the table and being asked the sorts of questions that you're asking town council tonight. So I do appreciate the challenges associated with enforcement and the cost of litigation and things of that sort. This issue was first raised by my clients to me, not so much as a concern with respect to the eroding driveway, but with respect to the significant clearing work that was done on the adjacent property. I know it was referenced that there was some vegetation. I want to be very clear. It wasn't just some alteration of vegetation or trimming of shrubbery or maybe removal of a bush or a shrub. The property was clear-cut, essentially. In fact, it was clear-cut to such an extent that it was clear-cut beyond what you see as the property boundary there, alongside and skirting the isolated vegetated wetland. It was clear-cut actually onto my client's property with dozens of trees removed by the neighbor on the O'Donnell's property, and we put them on notice of that violation. That's, of course, a trespass violation of a number of statutes in Massachusetts. That's a private cause of action, not within the commission's jurisdiction. But it was brought to my attention because the work was being done in part within a wetland and certainly within the wetland buffer zone. In addition to that, and as a consequence of that, and as you already heard, exacerbating the issue that previously existed, this is causing an increase in stormwater runoff, which is directly impacting the driveway and now beginning to cause the driveway to erode. So what I would say to the commission is I think that your jurisdiction, certainly I would concur that if a comprehensive permit issued to the 59 to 61 Carlisle Street property, that would be a basis for involvement by your zoning board of appeals or involvement by your building official. But even separate and apart of that, in terms of what's within the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, this is a violation of your local wetlands bylaw and arguably a violation of the Wetlands Protection Act, the clearing, outright clearing of wetland area, let alone areas that are within 100 feet of a wetland resource area. So we don't expect you to fight the fight for us. We understand that we have a private cause of action, as I mentioned before, with regard to things like trespass. But I do think it sets a dangerous precedent if somebody can simply go out, clear-cut areas that are wetland and wetland buffer, and not face the consequences of that. So our immediate concern is what effect that has on our property, on flooding on our property, on the erosion of the driveway. I've been involved in the process of seeking administrative search warrants before. Certainly, we were happy to assist. As you heard previously, we've had not only the survey that you see on your screen done, we had Goddard Consulting involved. I don't know the reason I know Scott Goddard very well. In fact, I've worked with him on a number of projects. I don't know the reason for his non-responsiveness recently in terms of the request for additional information. I suspect, and I'll be cautious about how I phrase this, knowing the party involved, the owner of record of the 59 to 61 Carlisle Street property, and the fact that the wetlands were flagged, and then it was later brought to Mr. Goddard's attention that in doing so he was on adjacent property, that he's probably being quite cautious about how he proceeds. And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that could be a cause for concern. And of course, those wetland flags were removed when the clear cutting work was done by the property owner. So the administrative search warrant process does require some form of cause. It's not quite a probable cause standard, but sufficient cause to persuade the judge to issue the warrant and provide access. We're happy because we have firsthand knowledge to assist with that, whether it be providing the commission with information from Mr. Goddard, whether it be an affidavit from my clients regarding what they've witnessed and seen and the experiences they've had with stormwater runoff onto their property and the eroding of their driveway. My experience with the administrative search warrant process is that it's usually a quick process. It's a request for a warrant. It's an appearance before a district court judge. It usually issues same day or within a matter of a few days that then allows access to the site. Having said that, you have access, and I think my client will confirm, you have full access to their property. I know Mr. Kuntz has been out to the site at least once. Because of the proximity, you can see on the plan of and I realize it's not flagged, but because of the proximity of the isolated vegetated wetland, you can literally stand on my client's property and the wetland is right there. You're in the buffer, but you can see it with your own eyes. You can't legally take a step over and take a soil sample or a boring or whatnot because you'd be trespassing. But of course, there are multiple ways to identify a wetland, and soil samples are not the only way. So I think that you would see with your own eyes that this is, from our perspective, clearly a wetland area, and the extent of clear cutting is not difficult to decipher. There's not a lot left. So we appreciate your consideration and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there anyone from representing the other party, 61?
I certainly made him aware that this matter will be on the agenda tonight.
Not in the room, okay. Okay, so let me ask the commission, my fellow commission members, what your thoughts are, if you have any. Chris?
I guess I'd like to make a motion that this commission authorize our agent to conduct an investigation along 2 points as suggested by town council. One, that we have him gather information and facts to report back to us whether we have a jurisdictional wetland, number one. And number two, if it is a jurisdictional wetland, has there been an apparent violation, alteration of land that's within either the wetland or within our buffer zone?
So discussion on the motion.
Sure.
So at this point, I've really gathered all of the information I can. There's really not much else I can do. So I think it's a matter of now of deciding whether the commission feels it has enough information to issue an enforcement order and go ahead and do that, or if there's not enough, if the commission feels there isn't enough information to issue an enforcement order based on a certainty or a fair likelihood that this is a wetland, then I think it's a matter of doing what town council and the O'Donnell's council is suggesting, is to go to Superior Court for an administrative search warrant, which I assume would be then that would be asking for permission for the commission's consultant to go onto the property, correct?
Correct.
Gather information.
So let me ask David, based on your visiting the site, would you say that as the O'Donnell's attorney characterized it, would you agree with that characterization of the wetland being right there? I think you said that earlier, but
You can see wetland vegetation. You can see standing water, but I mean, for instance, that wouldn't for like an RDA filing or to make it a jurisdictional wetland. I don't think that would be sufficient.
But for the sufficient cause, I think I heard his wording, sufficient cause, that sounds like that's close enough to sufficient cause. for doing this kind of thing. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do we want to go visit that, or is that kind of like, we don't really need to go visit, to a site visit? And I'm not thinking we need to go visit this site.
No, I don't think the commission does.
Okay, and we can make our decision on what to do from the information that we're hearing and have gathered up till now.
I think you have all the facts at this point.
Okay. Anybody else have any other?
Just a follow-up, I mean, do we have pictures of the site?
We do. I can bring those up.
Mr. Chair, can I add something while he's searching
Yeah,
for
sure.
photographs? I should have mentioned it before, but I agree with the statement by town council that the burden of proof, of course, is on the commission to establish that an area is within its jurisdiction. Having said that, and I don't want to discount any advice from council, but my experience with respect to representing commissions and pursuing enforcement orders, and maybe this would be different in the case of an administrative search warrant, because you'd need to meet that standard in submitting an affidavit and persuading a judge to allow you physical access onto the site, which, otherwise is a Fourth Amendment violation. The courts can be concerned about those sorts of things. But in terms of issuing an enforcement order, the standard that I would use, or the legal terminology that would be used, is the commission needs to make a prima facie case, needs to put forth enough evidence to establish that it's more likely than not, to use Mr. Kuhn's language. He said first he said certainty, and then he said fair likelihood. I would say it's more like that fair likelihood standard. If you can see wetlands vegetation, if all indications are that it's a wetland, once you then issue the enforcement order, that's effectively, in practice, a shift of the burden of proof, because the party then that is claiming that they're not subject to the enforcement order, or that they haven't done work that would constitute the alteration of a wetland resource area, has to establish that for a court.
Okay. Thank you. I think that makes sense.
So these are photos of some of the activity that's been going on out there.
The land clearing happened in February. This picture is from August when he.
I'm sorry, can you come up to
Sure
the,
thing.
and give us your name?
Hi, I'm Sean O'Donnell from 63 Carlisle Street. The land clearing happened back in February. This picture that you just saw,
2023.
2022.
2? Okay.
Well, I have, this is from August 9th,
23.
2023.
Sorry.
I have a January 11th, 2024. but
That
would
August
be-
picture is after he's been notified that was wetlands, he destroyed all the land. He then expanded his driveway at the top for one of his tenants, and they drove a Bobcat right down into the wetlands. That really amplified the situation. So that was the picture from August.
I'm remembering you
That
say
was the
that.
second, he destroyed it twice. And the second time was really, the first time was obnoxious, but the second time, driving a skid steer right into it,
Okay, all right.
I think,
Was this wetland existing, or did he create it by what he did for work out there?
here's probably.
That was existing. I had the environmental study because I was doing an in-law apartment addition, and that's when it was determined. And then after that, he cleared the land, and then after that, he destroyed it further with the skid steer.
So if I have it right, this is where I was a little confused. The Goddard wetland flagging was for your project.
Correct.
And they perhaps erroneously went on to the other property.
Correct.
But it was still, at least they're claiming it was wetland from that.
Yes.
flagging. Now
And
I'm-
so, there is a little portion of that wetlands on my property, and that was flagged, but when he cleared all the trees and brush and debris, those flags
Okay.
disappeared.
Okay, so let's go back to Chris's motion, and first of all, are there any other discussion or questions? Comments?
Yeah, just a reminder, we have the ability to analyze the tree loss if we wanted to go there at some point.
Right, okay. So Chris, if you don't mind, would you repeat your motion?
Well, my motion was that our agent gather information on whether there was a wetland there that was jurisdictional, and whether, in fact, there appears to be a alteration of that wetland resource. Whether there appears to be work in our buffer zone as well to that resource area. It sounds like we have some pictures, we have information.
Sounds like he's done it.
Yeah,
Already
shift your
followed that.
motion. Sounds like we're talking that we do go after this.
And
Am I hearing that from my commissioners?
yeah, what I'm hearing is we have two data points about it being a wetland. One is the mysterious Goddard, that we don't really have a lot of backup. And secondly, our agent who's been identifying wetland by vegetation for 30 years. I think we have enough evidence to move to the next step as defined by council.
And the next step would be this administrative search warrant.
Or directly to an enforcement order.
I mean, what would be the purpose of the search order? Is it, I guess for Attorney Haverty, are these two pieces of evidence that we have on it being a jurisdictional wetland enough to jump to an enforcement order, or do we need further study on the property?
So I would defer to David in terms of determining whether or not he has enough information to make a judgment as to whether or not there's a wetland there and whether or not it's been violated. If you feel that you have enough information to proceed with an enforcement order and that you are able to establish that a wetland exists, then the administrative search warrant is unnecessary. If you think additional information is required, then we would go down the administrative search warrant path.
Okay, I'd like to answer that. So I think the additional information, I mean, if we assume it's a wetland, let's just say for the sake of discussion, we assume it's a wetland, I think the additional information that would be needed is, and which is typically done in these kinds of enforcement action situations, is that the original extent of the wetland needs to be determined, and that can usually be done in these kinds of situations if wetlands have been filled or altered. Usually, what's possible to do by taking soil samples is and looking at vegetation is determine the original extent. And then in the enforcement order say that it needs to be restored back to the way it was. So that's kind of, I think, the missing information we have, that assuming it is a wetland, we really don't know what its original extent was. I mean, just looking at this photo, it looks like maybe there has been some filling of the wetland over here. Based on the photo and the wetland sketch. So that I think it would be good to be able to have that information, and we don't have that information right now.
And I'm trying to follow this. Does that mean you're suggesting that the administrative search warrant would get us that information, or something else?
Yeah,
would get us?
I think hopefully that's what it would do.
Okay.
So I think kind of hearing more of this discussion now, and Mr. Haverty's input and our agents, seems to me like, I think I'd like to revise my motion then that we request town council to prepare and submit an administrative search warrant so we can get that additional information needed for us to be able to make a good determination as to whether the wetland, one of our jurisdictional wetlands, has been violated, yeah.
I'll second that.
But before you vote, can I just get clarification?
Yep.
Was the property owner contacted and requested that we be allowed on the site?
No, but he was certainly been given the opportunity to offer, but.
Right, so we should formally request to be allowed to be on the site before we go for the administrative search warrant, because that is
That's fair.
one of the questions the court will ask.
Could that, I mean, I believe that he's CC'd all, on all his correspondence with me, his email correspondence, I believe he's CC'd his attorney. Could you request that permission, Paul?
Certainly.
Going through his attorney?
Yes.
I feel most comfortable that way.
Sure.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, so let's make the motion contingent on that as being a preliminary step. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'll again revise the motion a little bit. So I'm going to request our town council contact the property owner's attorney and request permission for us to be able to conduct that site visit that we need to be able to get soil samples and make other observations necessary to make a determination as to whether there's been a violation of our wetland bylaw or not, first. And if the property owner refuses to allow us permission, then we would be requesting Mr. Haverty to pursue an administrative search warrant to get that information that we would need.
Understood. Thank you. Good motion.
I'll second that.
Second from Bill. So motion from Chris, second from Bill. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All in favor. I think that if we can just get an update on that, Paul, at some point when you hear one way or another, I'd appreciate that. And,
Certainly.
Thank you. I think you're here for another one as well, but thank you for
Yes.
for helping us out. And to the O'Donnells, thanks for coming to us, and to your attorney.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in tonight. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chris, for lining up that motion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well, it's good, good discussion.
Okay. Next one is, okay, yes, this is the next one, which is 35 Brick Kiln Road. This is a similar situation. I was thinking about this in just talking about the enforcements. We have 35 Brick Kiln Road, which we have questions on what our options are here as well on the enforcement. This one has been before us for at least a year.
Last May. Yes.
Oh, just about a year then?
Yeah, just about a year.
Coming up on a year,
Yeah.
okay. And so just to refresh on this, this was a situation where the neighborhood was upset because trees had been taken down at this property, and there was also a fair amount of landscaping business equipment and other things that kind of weren't our issue necessarily. Our issue was the trees that were taken down on the property. They were responding to your request for dealing with this problem, and then they've kind of gone silent.
Well, right, the commission issued an enforcement order requiring that the wetlands that were altered to be restored, along with a 20-foot.
So we did issue a full.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
an enforcement order was issued, which I did email a copy to Paul. Included really sort of the first step that the enforcement order required was to clean up the property, you know, get all the woody slash, and there actually was quite a bit of trash and junk that was on the property that the owner's claim was from the previous owner. Anyway, they made good progress, I thought, for quite a while in getting the property cleaned up. Removing the fill from the wetland. The enforcement order required that they stake, and luckily there was already a wetland delineation that had been done on that property. So I asked them to stake the boundary of the wetlands and the boundary of the 100-foot buffer zone and the 25-foot buffer zone as well. They did all of that. But the enforcement order also required that they do an after-the-fact filing of an RDA for the lawn in the buffer zone, which is, they said, was the original purpose for clearing it, was they wanted to put in lawn. So the enforcement order required filing of an RDA for that, and then hire a wetland scientist to do a restoration plan for the wetlands and 25-foot no disturb setback, and that's when they went completely radio silent. They did say a couple of times though before they went completely unresponsive. They did say that they just couldn't afford at this time.
Okay.
To do that.
And just to be clear, there's no one representing them here tonight, or?
Not that I knowledge. I didn't let them know this would be on the agenda.
Okay.
But they certainly.
They weren't responding in any case?
Right.
Okay. So the question becomes, what can we do now? And Paul, do you have any comment on that?
I do. I mean, I think that the approach that the commission can take is to file an action for non-criminal disposition pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 21D. So that's an action that would be filed in the district court that essentially would be asking the district court to enforce the enforcement action that was issued by the commission. My presumption is that the enforcement action that was issued did not get appealed by the property owner, so therefore it is final. They are required to comply with it, and that's the mechanism that the commission has available to it to force them into compliance with the enforcement order.
So does it make sense to send them like a certified letter saying, we will do this if you don't respond to us? Something like that? Because, it's a fairly big step, but.
It may be better for me to send that letter.
Or, yeah, okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be more effective.
On our behalf, yeah.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
But I'm just thinking, before we actually do go to the court, does that make sense? That may wake them up.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that, though, is that, and I'm quite sure, I can verify with the building commissioner, is that I believe he sent a couple of certified letters that were never picked up, so. I mean, it's worth a try,
So-
but,
So we can try to have it served by constable,
okay,
Okay.
that might be the way
which
to
I
go.
think, adds to the effectiveness of the action, makes it look a little more official.
Okay.
With a short time period before we take the next step,
Sure.
Yeah.
not
Yep.
6 months.
Yeah, no,
So how short? Are we looking 2 weeks, 30 days?
I'd say 2 weeks,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're,
So Carl, I'll make a motion then that we authorize town council pursuant to, pursue a non-criminal disposition complaint in court, and that, but prior to filing in court, that he send a notice over to the respondent via constable service, with giving them a last chance to comply with our enforcement order. And there's a 2-week period of time, and if we don't get compliance or good efforts to comply, then town council would then be authorized to file that non-criminal disposition action in court.
okay. I like the motion.
Second?
Motion from Chris, second from Peter. Any further discussion?
What's the next step that they need to make? If they're gonna show that they're gonna comply, what would the next step that they need to do?
I think the first thing they gotta do is call our agent immediately,
Engage.
and engage with our agent, and then indicate they're going to comply, and then you're gonna need some sort of a time schedule, right? You
right,
know?
but I would say, to answer your question, Bill, I would say to file the RDA
Yep.
and get the restoration plan from the wetland scientist.
Yeah.
Can we put a timeline on that in Counselor Haverty's letter?
I don't see why not. I have no
Because, you know-
guarantee of compliance, but I would say, let me think about, because, I mean, there's a certain lead time to filing the RDA. Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something for that.
Yeah, I mean, my only point is they've been asked
Right,
not just to
right.
file an RDA, but to file a restoration plan.
Yes.
So
That's
let's
not
get the
fast.
restoration
Yeah.
plan moving, because isn't that the issue?
Yeah.
To fix it?
That's how we get the environment whole.
I would say to hire a wetland consultant, and then to have them prepare a restoration plan. I would say a month,
Okay,
probably reasonable at this point.
yeah, I think that's reasonable. So I'm hearing, add the month to this motion?
Yeah, so let me add that to the motion, basically, that also, that the, in addition to responding immediately to our agent, that they come forward with the RDA filing as well as the restoration plan, and those materials and documentation be provided to our agent within 30 days.
If the applicant, or proposed applicant, says they don't have the means to do this, what is our steps?
Well, pursuant to the non-criminal disposition, and Attorney Haverty can comment further, but there could be financial penalties, and they could add up significantly with time. So it could be costly if they didn't comply.
And issue fines as part of this process.
Fines, exactly, fines.
Yeah, but.
We really don't want it to
It's
go
not
there.
like there's a public fund for
I
helping
know.
people do this, so I
I
don't
know.
know. Yeah. I think the thing that I want to see is respond to us and engage with us and don't ghost us. Don't disappear. That's number one. But we need some teeth because it's just been floating for a year and it's very frustrating. The only other thing, so let's vote on that. Does that make sense? John, you have
I got
another?
one question. Have we heard from any of the neighbors? Has this gone?
Initially, there was a
Right.
lot of.
Yeah, we heard from the neighbors, but
Not for a long time.
you haven't
no.
heard from the neighbors in
No.
this year that,
Yeah, I'm not sure, at the end of the day, I'm not sure how much the wetlands was a concern. I think there was a more concern about, operating a business out of there. I think that was,
Okay.
that was the
Well,
issue.
their concerns was burning of rubbish, which the second
that
time
too.
they came
Yeah,
before
it
us
was-
said that had stopped, and their concern was loss of the trees. If I was a neighbor, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna replace, the big tree overnight. So I don't know what that means if they haven't come before us. I don't know.
Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, so the motion passes. The only thing I would add, just thinking about the fact that the building inspector, you said had 2 letters, maybe
I believe so. I'll verify that with him.
share that with town council, and he may throw that into the bundle. A bundle approach here, so,
Yeah.
okay. I think we're done, Paul.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Bye.
All right, and also on the Zoom, next on our agenda here is a report from our planning board liaison, Mr. LaValle. I think I saw him on Zoom. Hello, Chris?
Yes, I am.
Yes, hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Few updates for you tonight. First is last Wednesday, we had our first reorganization meeting since the election. Deirdre, Paul, and myself were all reelected to the board. Deirdre is the chair again, and I am vice chair. Let's see what else. The final MBTA hearing is going to be this week before the final presentations to select board, FinCom, and then town meeting. We do have a meeting coming up this week, but no meeting on April 24th. That'll be our pre-town meeting presentation to the town meeting reps. So our next planning board meeting after this week will be May 8th. This week we are hearing projects 191 Chelmsford Street as well as 270 Billerica. We have continued 93 Brick Kiln and 10 Hildreth to May 8th. At the last meeting, we did hear about Brick Kiln, and we did ask for a peer review of the MW1 monitoring well. So we wanted to get a little bit more information before our May 8th meeting on that. And that's it. That's all I've got for updates.
So you said that you're continuing 93 Brick Kiln and 10 Hildreth to May 8th?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, good to know. Thank
So
you.
we won't be hearing those this week.
Got it. Okay. Chris, thanks very much. Appreciate your sharing that information with us.
No problem.
Okay, next are regulatory hearings. We have a new request. This is an RDA for the town of Chelmsford for the neighborhood of Manuel, Claude, Gregory Road, and Rainbow Avenue. And I know that's not Tony Rapucci coming up to the podium. Hello, Courtney.
Hi.
Can you tell us about this? Oh, yes.
Legal notice, Mr. Chairman.
Legal notice, thank you,
Yes,
Chris.
yes, yes. First, a legal notice. Pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Chelmsford Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 187, the Chelmsford Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing here in Room 204 at the town offices on Tuesday, April 9th at 7 p.m. to consider the request for determination of applicability filed by the town of Chelmsford for proposed work within Inland Bank in associated 100-foot buffer zone pursuant to the provision of deeded drainage easement rights at Manuel Road, Claude Road, Rainbow Avenue, further identified as Assessors Map 39/Block 132, lots 28, 29, Map 39, Block 152, lots 8 and 9, 10, Map 39/Block 155, lots 5, 6, 7, 8, Map 39, Block 158, lots 6, 8, 9, 10. The project entails reestablishment of the drainage swale to 30 inches plus minus width between the Manuel Road and Rainbow Avenue using motorized machinery and hand tools. As necessary, banks will be sloped to help reestablish the 30-inch width and prevent future erosion. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris.
Hi, I'm Courtney Thompson, the stormwater engineer at the Chelmsford DPW. We are hoping to, as you just stated, reestablish the swale that runs basically from Manuel Road down down to Rainbow Ave. We'll be using machinery and hand tools as necessary just to reestablish that 30-inch width with sloping sides to prevent future erosion and to increase stormwater capacity and prevent, this is a flood-prone area in town, so we're hope that these cleanup efforts will prevent localized flooding and allow the stormwater to flow through that area as it was originally intended.
Is that from vegetation, or is it from people throwing brush in there?
It's vegetation mostly, I believe, and from non-native accumulation of sediment just from stormwater discharge.
Okay, thank you.
So, how far on the work? What's the limits of where you're going? This is more or less people's backyards, right?
Yeah, it's kind of runs between neighborhoods. We have a drainage easement, and the limit is basically as shown on the map, a little north of Manuel, where the drainage swale begins, down to a little north of Rainbow Ave. The drainage swale does continue parallel to Rainbow Ave, but we don't have an easement down that way, and that might be a project for a later time and date. This is just the first step of trying to maximize the stormwater capacity in that area and prevent some localized flooding that's currently occurring.
So that neighborhood sees the flooding.
Oh, yeah.
They're actually asking for this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There was some really bad flooding, actually, quite recently. It wasn't in the last couple of months.
Every time we get the hard, heavy rain, it floods, basically.
There was like at least a foot of water on, was it Manuel?
I believe the whole area has had different flooding that's occurred, so.
So when you're saying you're doing 30 feet, 30 inches, how far beyond that are you working? Is it just
It would,
a few feet beyond that you're clearing?
yeah. I mean, we're not gonna be really clearing much of that, just enough to get the machinery in, so it would just be a temporary disturbance. And we plan to use appropriate erosion control, including a turbidity curtain to prevent fines from streaming down as we're working. So it shouldn't disturb much outside of the channel itself.
So let me just open up to the commission if anybody has questions, if you want to ask. Johnny?
I'm good with it. I think if the neighborhood's flooding out and they can alleviate it by digging the trench out, dig it out.
Okay. Peter?
No questions at this time, thank you.
I agree with John. It's, if this will help fix a problem, we need to do it.
Will this fix work, even though the part by Moonbeam isn't gonna be done this year?
This will definitely help increase capacity because it clogs up here the most significantly. This is the worst area, definitely. So
Courtney,
there's-
didn't we do some work down here a few years ago? Something similar to this?
I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to look back at the records, but there is a lot of drainage areas in this region, so it's definitely possible that we did some routine maintenance.
It may not have been this, but I remember something similar to this.
This area is kind of a bottomland.
Yeah, so it's definitely possible. I'd have to look back at the records,
okay.
but I'm not sure if we've done this exact strip.
Mark, anything else?
No.
Chris?
I mean, yeah, it sounds like this is gonna help flood-prone area, so I support this, yeah.
Great.
Is this, how gentle is this to any of the critters living in that area? Everything's by hand. What's the machine that you're talking about?
I believe they'll bring, a little skid excavator down there, a little bobcat was my understanding, just to try and remove, it'll be as gentle as
Yeah.
possible. We're not gonna be,
Not clear cutting.
right, yeah. We're just gonna be removing kind of that built-up sediment and overgrowth, so.
Okay. David, do you have any other input or comments?
Sure. I think this can be a negative 2 and 3. It's essentially just a temporary disturbance. I would say the two conditions. Courtney, you did mention having a silt curtain. I mean, this is an intermittent stream. It does go dry, I believe.
Yeah.
So I would say if at all possible, the first condition should be is do this when it's dry, at no flow conditions, and that certainly will greatly mitigate any concerns about impacts to wildlife. And two, any damage to the buffer zone should be corrected. And I think in this case, there may be, again, some temporary damage to banks, but I mean the intent is to really fix the bank so that it functions properly. But if for instance there are any ruts in the buffer zone and in soft areas that are caused by the machinery, then just say there should be a condition to require that be repaired, corrected.
Okay. All right. I'll take a motion then, if we're ready to move forward.
I make a motion then that we approve this work via a negative 2 and 3 determination with the conditions as our agent explained, that this work be done, if possible, in a dry time when there was a little or no flow of water in this area. And number 2, if there is any damage to any of our wetland resources, areas such as banks, that be repaired forthwith.
And I assume you notify the neighborhood.
Yeah, we'll notify before work's done.
Okay, so motion by Chris, second by Mark.
Anybody in the audience need-
Anybody from the audience want to talk about this? Any, should have kept that. Nope, okay, all right. Thanks for catching me, Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, so motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Courtney, and
I'm up again next.
you'll be getting your paperwork, as you know, from David, and now we're up to the next one, which is an NOI. This is the town of Chelmsford for 20 Pine and 1 Frederick, and again, Courtney is here representing the applicant, and we have another notice to be
Legal
read.
notice pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Chelmsford Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 187. The Chelmsford Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing here at Room 204 in the town offices on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024, to consider the notice of intent filed by the town of Chelmsford for proposed work within bordering vegetated wetlands, inland bank, associated 100-foot buffer zones, and riverfront area, the River Meadow Brook, pursuant to the provisions of the deeded drainage easement rights at 20 Pine Street and 1 Frederick Street, further identified as Assessors Map 95/Block 368, lots 21 and 22. The project entails removal of accumulated sediment via Vector technology.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so this is a segment of, I believe it's intermittent stream as well, that runs between Pendleton Road and Frederick Street. This neighborhood also has been experiencing localized flooding issues backing up from this stretch of stream, which is included at the end of the NOI. It is it is accumulated significant sediment and silt from the road as a response from stormwater drainage. So our goal is basically just to remove the sediment that the stormwater infrastructure has caused there. Vector technology is essentially a big hose, so no heavy machinery will be in the wetlands. It will be up to the contractor, who we don't have yet, to work with the residents on staging the Vector truck. But it's a long hose, and they will come out, and it allows a lot of precision in removing just that non-native accumulated material. And as you can see in the figure there, kind of on the border of 1 Frederick Street and 20 Pines property, there's a jug handle that's also filled with, or has accumulated significant sediment from the road, from the drainage, from the stormwater drainage. I think that channel of water is actually largely a result of accumulation in that main channel. So once we clean it out, I think it would resort back to its more natural flow, and it would allow more stormwater capacity. So that's That's the main goal there.
So there is flooding there
Yeah,
again?
all
Yep,
down
yep.
in Pendleton area.
Okay. David, do you have anything you want to add?
Sure. The reason this is a notice of intent and not an RDA is because of just the scope and extent of the work and the resource areas and potential impacts is, sufficient. So it really needs to be a notice of intent. I think the greatest concern again here, although it is really essentially just another temporary a disturbance, but I think the greatest potential concern here is impact to wildlife habitat. I think that again, if this can be done when it's dry, I think that will be minimized to a large extent. If it can't be done when it's dry, I think Courtney, you mentioned that there would be a dewatering plan.
Yeah, the next page shows the dewatering plan, but our intention is to do this in the summer when it's as dry as possible. But of course, if we have a summer like last year, we might need a dewatering plan in place just to allow areas to be cleaned.
So I think in that case there will have to be some kind of conditions to mitigate impacts to wildlife. I'm not exactly sure at this point what those might be, but I think because there certainly will be frogs and probably turtles out there, if it is wet in the summer. So I'll have to think about that, talk about some of the potential ways to address that with Courtney. It may mean having to actually, look for animals and, take them out of there at the time.
Yeah, with the Vector technology allows, it's definitely more, it's easier to do that than it would be if you were in there with just an excavator or something like that, like dredging. So there will be someone at the end of that hose, the Vector truck. So, you're not going to be sucking up any turtles.
Can I just ask what your budget is on this? I mean, if the commission wanted, you say, to hire a wildlife consultant to, anytime the Vector is going to be out there to I know the technical term in some cases called sweeps, like sweeps for turtles or sweeps for frogs.
I'd have to check into that. I'd have to talk with Tony or Christine and see. I'm not sure exactly.
I mean, it doesn't look like this would be expected to last more than a couple days. Is that correct?
That would be my assumption. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty quick. Definitely just a temporary, disturbance over there.
Okay. Anything else, David?
I'd just say that the DEP hasn't assigned a file number on this, so we'll have to wait and see what kind of comments they have. There's potentially certain requirements that they'll put in their comments as well.
Okay, so that means we probably shouldn't approve this right now.
No, it definitely needs to be continued.
Yep,
Right.
okay. Peter, you have a question or any? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you want to go down the row, or John,
go
did you have
ahead.
a question?
Go
I
ahead.
have no questions at all.
David, this is kind of for you. What time of the summer is least intrusive to the critters?
Well, I would say it's more what the conditions are. That
Okay.
the drier it is,
Yeah.
the less impactful it is that if say there was just dry sediment out there, which I believe this project can handle, it would have to be loosened up first. I mean, the frogs really aren't going to hang around too long when it's dry, and neither are the turtles. Especially if it's really dry conditions.
Okay.
Both turtles and frogs need water.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make a comment. I didn't hear this mentioned. This is the core habitat as it's viewed on our town maps, and it is right next to land trust and actually very close to Conservation Commission land. So those of you familiar with that area, it is like a prime wildlife part of town.
Oh yeah, River Meadow Brook. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
Skunk Island is right there, as it's known.
Yeah.
That's one of the land trust properties, yeah. Anybody else? Bill?
No.
Mark? Chris, anything?
No, I mean, it sounds like what I hear from our agent, that he's going to give some thought to some conditions to try to minimize any impact on the habitat and any of the animal species and stuff out there. And number two, we still need the DEP file number as well, too, so, I don't know if there's any public input, but, if there's no public input, we might be able to move it along to a continuance.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to make a motion. I appreciate what you're recommending to do there with the animals and stuff, but I think we should just, all of us on the commission should kind of vote on that before we go ahead and do what
What's that?
suggestion.
No, he was just gonna, work his own conditions up on his own, if I understood it right.
No, but relocating and things like that, I don't,
Well, I think you're just gonna draft some proposed conditions.
Well,
right?
yeah, and maybe consult with an expert, a wildlife biologist. I think there are probably pretty standard ways of handling this. It doesn't hurt to get the information. Maybe it won't be so onerous, so as to, really greatly impact.
Yeah, hire some neighborhood kids to chase the frogs away.
So,
Some
help me out, Mark,
taxpayers.
what is it that you're looking for? Or I'm just a little confused.
I think I understand, Mark. I think you didn't want him to go hire an outside consultant.
Oh, I didn't think we said that, yeah.
well, that was, he presented that into one of his talking about it.
Well, a possibility, it's within the realm of possibility that DEP will come back in their comments and they say, you need to do a wildlife habitat evaluation. That's possible.
Yeah,
So we need to wait for them.
right.
I would advise that.
Well,
Yeah.
I think I think this is on the map of the endangered species habitat, right? I didn't check the boundaries, though, but.
Well, I don't think so, but I will go back and
Okay,
double
well,
check. I
we
mean,
can look into
if this is in rare species habitat, yeah, that'll be, very different situation. That'll have to go through natural
Yes.
heritage.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Yikes.
you're good. I think what we're talking about right now at the moment is just a continuance. We can ask if there's any, I'll open it up to the public if anybody has any comment or question. I don't think anybody's here for that. But we will continue this. We will expect to hear the DEP filing number and if
Comments.
there's any comments as well. And then at the next time, I assume we'll continue this to the next meeting?
And will we continue to our next meeting, April 23rd?
Okay. All right.
Second?
So motion by Chris, second by Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Courtney, thank you very
Right,
much.
thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Okay. Next on the list, Mr. Raisbeck. So we have a RDA for the Bits and Piece Farm LLC at the Hunt Road property. And the applicant is Mike Raisbeck. And we have a notice.
Legal notice pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Chelmsford Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 187. The Chelmsford Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing here in Room 204 at the town offices on Tuesday, April 9, 2024, to consider the request for determination of applicability filed by Bits and Piece Farm LLC on behalf of property owner Town of Chelmsford for proposed work within 100-foot buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetlands at Hunt Road, further identified as Assessors Map 91/Block 378/Lot 3. The project entails mowing and tilling for purposes of cultivating pumpkins and other field crops.
That is correct. I'm Mike Raisbeck, 85 High Street, and I'm representing Bits and Piece Farm tonight. Actually, I'm half of Bits and Piece Farm. What we've done is we've picked up a 6 2/3 acre chunk on lease from the town. It's actually licensed this year. That's a piece off of Hunt Road. It's part of the Coolest Farm land that the town recently picked up. Most of it's pretty soggy, but there's about 1.7 acres of upland that's reasonably dry, and our hope and plan is to turn it into pumpkin and winter squash mostly. In terms of equipment and working the soil, we wouldn't be doing particularly much. We will have to till it, but it's fairly light tilling. We try to keep it as light as we can. There'll be a little bit of mowing done. The area is largely open, but it's beginning to get encroachment from bushes and stuff like that. And we'll have to take some of that down. We have plenty of space. I don't think we would use the entire 1.4 acres this year. You've probably seen the design. You've got it right up there. That's based on the current GIS mapping. That's all we've got. I've been out there. It is due to be flagged, but it has not been flagged as far as I can tell.
There are blue flags out there, but that's not from this.
Oh, there are blue flags?
Are there?
I saw them today.
Oh, that might have
I go
gone
by
out,
there all
'cause
the
I was
time.
out Sunday.
think it's
That
fine.
might have gone out today.
Yeah, I go by there all the time, and I happen to notice them.
Well, those,
Okay, then
those are the wetland flags.
Okay.
Excellent, excellent. Then I have something I can work with.
I didn't go.
They weren't there
through. I
Saturday.
Saw it driving by.
I walked in there Saturday. I met all the ticks. But the major wildlife in there right now is ticks. So that's the plan. We wouldn't be using a lot of equipment in there, a fairly light tractor, tilling it once or twice until we get it established. And our technique for this kind of property is just put it in ground cover, ground cloth, and it probably wouldn't have to be tilled again. It is going to need some soil amendment. I can tell just looking at the moss that's growing there, we're going to need some pelletized lime on it.
Okay. David, do you have anything else you want to add to?
Sure. So Mike is well aware of the concern about turtles.
Indeed, I have the book.
Okay, great. And we've talked a lot about that. And so I think it can be done is to sort of work around the needs of the turtles as well. Certainly late May, probably through late June, is when they're coming out to nest.
Right.
So if any mowing or disturbance of soil could be avoided at that time.
I think we can do that. In fact, the plan would be to do the preliminary mowing this weekend, and till it within a week. And we can walk it. We can walk in front of the tractor. We can actually sweep it, which we probably would do. Although I don't think we're going to see any turtles for another 3 weeks.
No, probably not. And then similarly later on in the season, there's a concern for when the hatchlings emerge.
Right. We'll keep clear of them.
So when would you be doing the harvesting?
It's largely hand harvesting, really, walking in and picking up a squash, maybe with a light cart. Toward September, we'd probably go in there with the small tractor and a small cart because we'd have enough pumpkins that we'd have to be careful. It'd be a lot of work, but we can simply walk in front of the equipment and sweep it as we go.
Okay, so I would just say that the main condition, and again, I've talked about this with Mike, is just take a tape measure, measure from the blue flags, measure the 30 feet.
Yep.
That he's showing on the plan, put a stake there, and then when the mowing and tilling is done at the right time, not go any closer to the wetlands than that.
Yeah, we'll stay 30 feet out. I want to give it plenty of edge, and frankly, the stuff as you get a little bit lower is what we call a Sudbury muck, and that's a little hard to grow things in.
And to not take down any trees that, I don't know, maybe greater than 6 inches?
I don't think we're touching anything greater than 6 inches. I think we have maybe 6 or 8 at 2 inches, 2.5. The rest of it's half-inch caliper brush.
So this is 50 feet, no disturb, though, right? From the.
There's a 25-foot
25
no
foot
disturb
no disturb.
under the bylaw.
25, right?
But he's saying
we'll
measure
give it a
30
little
feet.
extra, give it 30.
Okay.
And frankly, I don't think we'll get that close to it this year. Our plan this year is to maybe get a half an acre of it prepped and planted, and that'll be on the high side, and then we can see how things develop next year to see if it makes sense to do another stripe a little lower.
So,
I'll keep you
Peter,
informed.
go ahead.
Mike, the parcel is 6 acres.
Yeah, 6.6, yeah.
You want approval to till 1.4 1.4?
Well,
is it?
it's
Is it the
about
blue area?
1.4, 1.5. It's the dark section
The
up
dark
there. It's
blue.
the Highland side.
right.
Our idea is to leave about a 100-foot wooded buffer between that and the street. That's as much to protect the pumpkins as anything else.
So I have a question, David. David, I understand your point about hatchlings, and the commission can think about that. But if you're going to lay down landscape fabric, there won't be any hatchlings.
Well, they'll,
What am I missing?
you'd lay it down at a time when if they're going to walk across it, they're going to walk across the top of it, not the bottom of it. I mean, what you don't want to do is trap them underneath.
Well, that's my question.
Yeah, they're not going to go underneath if that gets down before they start to move.
Right.
And,
Right, but I think, like, say, next year, I think turtles can dig through that. I mean, they do have pretty sharp claws.
yeah, we'll see it if they do. We'll see it if they do. And
That's interesting.
they're
Thank
welcome.
you.
They're complete, as far as I can tell, turtles are completely compatible with pumpkins. So,
Good plan.
yeah.
John, Bill, anybody else?
Mike, alls I can say, after farming all my life,
Yeah,
okay, and growing pumpkins
yeah.
and squash, good luck.
Thanks, John.
I farmed right to the edge of the water all my life,
Yeah,
okay? Good luck.
okay. Thanks.
Bill, anything?
Mike,
Yeah,
this is part of the Coulis's property, right?
yes.
The task force decided this is what the use was going
Yes,
to be
this
on
is
this?
what it did. Matter of fact, because I'm on that task force, I had to recuse.
Right, I know you are. So, and it's been, the selectmen have looked at this, and that's what they agree with this?
This year, this is on license, so the town manager can actually do it.
Okay.
But come the end of the year, when things settle down and we have the complete plan, we'll probably be looking for a 5-year lease, which the select board can grant.
Okay,
Beyond that, it has to go to town meeting.
right, right. Yeah, good luck with it. I hope you have good luck.
Oh, we will. I mean, it'll be grown in Chelmsford pumpkins.
The access to this site is by the auto body place?
No, actually, it's, there may be a back access. I haven't tried and I haven't talked to the auto body guy, but there's a wall there. You come in from Hunt Road, you see that sort of small piece between Hunt Road and the darker? That is wooded right now, and that's stuff at 4, 5, 6-inch caliper. And the plan is to make a tractor-wide path through it, and I've identified one.
Okay.
But to leave the buffering between the field and the street.
Okay. All right, I'm good, Carl. Thank you.
Okay. Mark?
My concerns are what Bill thought. I'm fine.
Chris?
Nothing, Carl.
Okay. Okay,
I'm gonna make one suggestion.
What's that?
Sugar pumpkins.
Yeah, we are going to do a bunch of sugars.
That's all I'm gonna tell you.
He knows more about pumpkins than I. Well, have you ever farmed that piece?
Charlie Wojcik and myself grew more pumpkins in this town
Over on
than
Watton?
anybody else.
Yeah.
okay, let's see if we can move forward here. We have a vote to, so the wetlands has been marked, there's no plan, we don't have a plan.
Not yet. The intention is to have a surveyor map the flags, but I don't think that'll happen sooner than Mike needs it.
Well, I'll stake based on the flags that are there.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is take a tape measure.
Yeah.
That's all.
Will do.
Given the limited disturbance that we're talking about,
Yeah.
I think we're okay here. So I'll take a motion if
To
anyone's...
-3?
That'd be a -3, yes.
I move for a -3 determination to approve the project, then, Mr. Chairman.
-3, motion from Chris, second from
Second.
John, the farmer. So
Retired.
any, so
Retired.
this is a open meeting. Are there anybody from the public that wants to comment? Nope, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none, so motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, Mike.
Off to the historical.
Appreciate it. Yep, thank you.
Mike, how'd you do with the syrup?
Oh, this was we did get,
Oh, maple syrup on Wright
yes,
Reservation,
we
yeah.
got sap off it. I got maybe 50, no, probably 60, 70 gallons. It was not a good sap year this year because we had that big, long hot spell, and that pretty much killed it. But I did get, I got about 10 gallons of syrup,
Nice.
of which probably a couple of gallons is from Wright. We'll talk about that next year. I may
Yep.
come back before you with a more interesting plan next year.
Good to hear. Good. Glad it went well. Okay, next we are at the application for, this is an NOI from Mass Electric at 15 Concord Road. Kellen Konsowicz is representing the applicant, and we have a notice, Mr. Garrett.
Pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Chelmsford Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 187, the Chelmsford Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing here in Room 204 at the town offices on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024, to consider the notice of intent filed by property owner Massachusetts Electric Company for proposed work within bordering vegetated wetlands, inland bank, associated 100-foot buffer zones, bordering land subject to flooding, and riverfront area, Farley Brook, at 15 Concord Road. Further identifies Assessors Map 103/Block 412, Lot 24. The project entails expansion and improvements to the existing Concord Road number 24 substation, including an installation of a new control house, replacement of existing fences and gates, expansion of a section of the substation yard and fence along the southern perimeter, and replacement of the existing equipment with the substation yard.
Thank you, Chris. Is the applicant on?
Kalen, are you there?
Yes. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Good evening.
Awesome. Good
Tell
evening.
us about your
Sorry.
project.
Yeah. Is it okay if I share my screen?
You should be able to. Yes.
It says the host disabled participant screen
Okay,
sharing.
sorry about that. Let me fix that.
No problem. Again, apologies. I couldn't be there in person tonight.
So as a reminder, guys, this is Concord Road, just as you're going out from Boston. It's right on the right where I think it's where the power lines are coming in.
So you should be okay now, Kalen.
Oh, perfect. Got it. Great. Can everyone see that? Okay.
Yes. Concord Road number 24 substation.
Excellent. Perfect. Great. So, again, thanks for hearing us tonight. My name is Kellen Konsowicz. I'm from DHB. We're a representative from Mass Electric Company, and the applicant himself is also online too to help answer any questions at the end. As mentioned, this is for the Concord Road, number 24 substation project, and located at 15 Concord Road in Chelmsford. So for a quick project overview, that center photo, you'll see a red outline of the project area. It's right off Concord Road, kind of just past the intersection with Boston Road. Downtown Chelmsford is located north of the project area. It's on an approximate 2-acre parcel, and surrounding there are just some photos of the site. You can see the street view in the bottom right, how the substation, it is a small substation, that there's just a tiny gravel area between the road and the substation, and then it's surrounded by different vegetation. I'll pull up the resource map next slide, but a lot of it is wetland. We have floodplain as well, and you can see that in the top right and the bottom, or the top left as well. So for resource areas on site, we did delineate a bordering vegetated wetland with our green flags there in the green line, the bright green line, and then also a bank, an associated 200-foot riverfront area to the Farley Brook. And then we also have bordering land subject to flooding, which you can see in that kind of bluish aqua color that surrounds the substation to the northwest. And then we also have buffer zones. So the 100-foot buffer zone is shown in the lime green. That's the furthest out here. And then we have our local buffer zones per the Chelmsford Wetlands Bylaw, which includes the 50-foot no-build zone, the 30-foot no impervious area, and then 25-foot no distance. There is no priority or estimated habitat.
Joel and Ruth are there, so he's going to take notes for me for any projects we have.
Hey,
I'll still be listening, but
somebody's got to mute whoever's talking.
Awesome, thank you. So We don't have any rare species or rare habitat on site, and then no vernal pools either. So you can see the proposed work here. This red box right here is the proposed new control house that needs to be installed to facilitate the upgrades and improvements to the substation. So that and the associated perimeter fence will go beyond the existing footprint of the substation. And also to the north, we're proposing temporary construction matting, and that's just to facilitate construction with equipment and just needed workspace to help upgrade the substation. And then across the street on Crocker Road here, this is going to be a lay down and parking area where any unconsolidated materials and vehicles will be stored long term, so that it is in the vicinity of the wetland. And so mitigation we're proposing for the project includes best management practices for National Grid's environmental guidance. It's called an EG 303 document. And then we're also proposing an erosion and sedimentation control program, which includes non-structural practices such as temporary stabilization, permanent seeding, pavement sweeping, dust control, and then structural practices like the construction mats, as I just noted, erosion control barriers that could include straw wattle, silt fence, compost filter tube, and then catch basin protection on Concord Road in the vicinity of construction. And so the bulk of this project or I guess my talk will be the regulatory compliance section. We did provide a stormwater memo in compliance with the 10 stormwater management standards in the application. We are proposing no increase in impervious area. There's actually a net decrease of 82 square feet of impervious area on site. And most of the yard will be open graded crushed stone, which is pervious. So that's stormwater management for the Wetlands Protection Act. We are proposing from the construction matting just over 2,000 square feet of temporary impacts to boring vegetative wetland, which will be restored upon completion of construction. We are also in bordering land subject to flooding, and that's associated with the construction mats as well. And that is just under 5,000 square feet of temporary impacts, which is allowable under the threshold of the Wetland Protection Act regulations. And we are obviously within riverfront area to the Farley Brook. It is undeveloped riverfront area. It does include some maintained lawn in the vicinity of the substation and obviously gravel, crushed stone within the substation. And so we are proposing just over 1,000 square feet of permanent impacts from that control house expansion to the south of the substation. And then just under 9,000 square feet of temporary impacts. Which is under the Wetlands Protection Act is allowable of up to 5,000 square feet or 10%, whichever is greater than a permanent impact. So we are under that threshold. And we did complete an alternative analysis for this project. Our first alternative was to keep the control house within the existing footprint of the substation, which was deemed not feasible due to clearance violations of existing electrical equipment. Our other alternative was a no build, which obviously doesn't accomplish the need for the project to upgrade the substation and help accommodate a greater electrical load in the area, and help facilitate the adoption of renewables to electrify the grid. And so we did choose our third option for our preferred alternative, which included locating the control house on the southern limits of the project site, which is within existing maintained lawn, so minimizes environmental impact and also has limited to no habitat degradation being maintained lawn. So my last portion to talk about is compliance with the Chelmsford Wetlands Protection Bylaw. As mentioned, that control house on the southern limits is located within the 50-foot no-build area. It's approximately 133 square feet of the 392 square foot control house. So the control house is a critical piece to modernize the existing Concord Road substation and cannot be built outside of the 50-foot no-build zone. And the project has been designated to limit the footprint of yard expansion onto maintained lawn, as mentioned. And per provisions of the bylaw, we do feel like this project, there is no reasonable conditions or alternative to place the control house. We do avoid, minimize, and mitigate for the impacts from the control house. And due to the nature of being a substation and providing electricity to the public, we do believe that it provides an overriding public interest in this project in general. So we are requesting a waiver from the commission for building within the 50-foot no-build zone. I believe it's under section 187.5 of the bylaw. So that's it for me. Happy to answer any questions the commission may have, and we can put through any plans or pull up anything that might be needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. David, do you want to provide your observations? Have you been out to the site?
I have not yet. So, Kalon, it's only that one waiver that's being requested is to the 50-foot no build?
No disturbance.
So the permanent impact, yes, in the 50-foot, and then we are also proposing the temporary impact within the 25-foot no disturb and then the 30-foot impervious, but that's all temporary. So it's no permanent impact within the 25 or the 30-foot.
I don't have anything in particular to say at this time. I would recommend the commission get it peer reviewed, and we can certainly talk about, the scope, the peer review.
The stormwater for DPW?
Yep, I would suggest DPW review the stormwater compliance, and then you'll probably have the BVW boundary reviewed, and just probably a general review of compliance with the wetland resource area performance standards.
Okay.
The NOI.
Thank you. John, do you want to start us? Do you have anything yet?
I'm going to say, when you wake up in the morning and the lights don't go on, they're doing this for a reason. They're very professional. Of course, we have had a little issues, okay, but we work through stuff. They're very professional when they do things. I really don't see any.
Okay.
Nothing's popping out to me.
Okay,
We
thanks.
need power.
Yep. Agreed.
Three quick comments. Keelan, I thought it was a great submittal, as they often are from Grid. Answered a lot of questions. I don't have a good sense for how big physically the new equipment is. You talked quite a bit about the control house, but you're replacing some of the other equipment, right? Or Grid is?
Yeah, we are replacing in kind. My understanding is that it's just more upgrading due to the age of the existing equipment that's on site. All existing foundations will be reused where possible, and it's just kind of replacing the above ground equipment on site.
Yeah, I was just thinking in turn, not so much the size of the equipment, but how much digging might be needed.
Yeah, there are some conduit banks that are, understandably to the new control house, you need to connect the equipment to the control house. So there are some conduit ducts that need to be installed. But my sense is it's just going to be kind of with a mini excavator, small excavation where needed, and it's not going to be any substantial, earth moving and excavation work.
Yeah, and then two other quick questions. You probably don't have to answer it. It's not probably important to what we're trying to do, but I'm curious if the long-range plan for this substation is to be bigger. And related to that question, we don't need to debate this, but it occurs to me, in our regs, we talk about an alternative analysis, and you address that. But I'll bet if your engineers were here, maybe they are, they would say there is no other alternative location to keep the grid strong. I mean, that would be helpful for me to understand if this is like the only place that this substation could be. And again, that may be, David, help me out here, that may be beyond the scope of this commission, but I just throw that out there for what it's worth.
I think it's probably beyond the scope of an alternatives analysis.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't think the proposal is not to relocate the substation.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of speaking to John's point. We all use power.
We use power. They're doing this for a reason. We got to get back to reality.
No, there's no argument, John. It's not worth talking about anymore.
You're not going to relocate a substation.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
We're good.
We didn't say that, John. John.
So,
Don't.
Peter, anything else?
That's good, thank you.
Okay. Bill?
I'm fine right now.
Good. Mark?
No, I'm good.
Chris?
Okay, and so you mentioned some temporary impacts Any guess or estimate as to how long the temporary impacts would last, or how long the, kind of the construction, how long this project would take in time-wise?
Yeah, ballpark, it's estimated to be about a year of construction. I know with like temporary impacts from construction matting, there is a threshold for Army Corps permitting that matting can't be left in more than a year, or else there needs to be certain mitigation that needs to be in effect. So that's obviously outside the bounds of this commission, but construction ballpark around a year. What this thing is saying to your question.
And as far as, and you said that construction matting and stuff like that, not going to be there for more than a year, basically, because of the Army Corps rules.
That's the intent, yes.
Okay. All right. No, I'm good, Carl, at this point.
So, David, you made a recommendation for a peer review.
Yes.
What does that look like?
Well, I think just generally, and, the commission might want to review the actual scope, but I think just generally review the wetland boundary, the bordering vegetated wetland boundary, which shouldn't take very long. It's not a really long section here. And then just a general review of the performance standards for the different resource areas.
Okay.
That are involved. I can ask, I can request the scope, and the commission then can review it at the next hearing.
I think that makes sense. Is that?
And then also forward it to DPW for review of the stormwater.
Yeah, that would be good.
And do we have a sense of Grid's construction timeline and how it would fit that additional review?
Well, ask Kaylin to tell us. What is the timeline on this?
Yeah, when were you looking at kicking it off?
Yeah, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know we are planning to start this year. I believe it's estimated late summertime, but I can certainly check on that and keep the commission posted.
We should be able to get all that.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Plenty of time.
Right, yeah.
Okay, then, so we making that recommendation to do that. Do we need to make a motion on that, I think?
It's up to you.
Did you say that you think DPW could do the peer review?
Sorry?
Did you say DPW would be able to do
For
the peer
storm-
review?
The stormwater.
Stormwater.
So, yeah.
But not for the other part.
regular peer review?
Right. Yeah, no, they couldn't review the other
Well, in-house.
aspects of the NOI.
Yeah.
But they can do stormwater.
This should be
I
pretty
don't
simple,
understand
right?
It should be.
peer review.
It should be.
You think a peer review is necessary from outside source?
That's our agent's recommendation.
I'm asking you.
I'd like to see it. I think we're, there's a fair amount of work being done here. It's a year-long process. It's not that big, but at the same time, it's gonna be there a long time, and this could be quite a while.
So you would get us a kind of a scope to look at for our next meeting?
Sure.
right? Yeah, so he's going to get us a scope to look at, and we can, I would say, vote it up, down then, when we see the scope, what we want done.
All right.
So you're going to continue it tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We just continue, get a scope, we review that and vote on it based on the scope.
And
That make sense?
you can request, see if DPW can do it.
Yes,
In the
yes.
meantime.
I think they probably can, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
find
confirm
out
that.
from them if they can.
That make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll just take a motion
Um,
to continue until
Yeah.
April,
The 23rd. So I move that we continue
Unless
this
there are any
hearing
public-
till...
oh, okay, good point. Is there anybody from the public that wants to speak up on this hearing? Seeing none.
I move to continue to April 23rd.
Motion from Chris.
Second.
Second from Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
John, did you say aye? Okay, so motion's passed. We will see you, thank you, Kalen, thank you for your presentation. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Excellent. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's keep going here. Next one, a couple more here in front of us here. We are at 191 Chelmsford Street. This is a notice of intent that's been continued from our previous meeting on March 26th. And we see Casey here. We are going to review the draft conditions for stormwater management and perhaps some other topics as well.
All right, good evening. Casey Ferrara with Howard Sign Hudson. So the very first thing that I wanted to address was a question that came up at the last meeting regarding the slope at the back of the site. I was asked whether or not we could review landscaping it or putting trees or shrubs. I spoke the very next day with the landscape architect. With the 2-to-1 slope, it's very steep. It cannot accommodate any kind of high-story trees to kind of either shade the view shed or attenuate noise. He said the only thing that we could really do is low-to-the-ground shrubbery or grasses that would kind of act more as slope stabilization than anything else. But he did say the existing, or what we had proposed as an erosion control seed mix, would be better off in that manner. Some of the grasses do grow to 6 to 8 feet in height, so it can create habitat within the buffer zone. I know that was another concern. So we did keep the submittal as we had it with just the back sloping erosion control seed mix to keep that slope held together, but also provide that extra habitat within the buffer zone. And then the other open item was the operation and maintenance plan, the long-term pollution prevention plan. We did meet with Mr. Spahn and David last Monday. Significant meeting, but I think it was pretty productive to go over a list of concerns that Mr. Spahn had. And as a result, we did make some modifications to the long-term pollution prevention plan and the operation and maintenance plan. Just to kind of summarize, we added a lot of site specifics to the LTPPP. And that basically made it a plan for this property. It wasn't a general template plan any further. We added timelines to certain items like litter pickup. It basically just said generally litter will be picked up along road maintenance and other things like that, but we added a timeline that it must be monthly. And that included also within the wetland buffer zone, just to try and add an item to keep that clean as well. One of David's concerns was, or actually it was one of Mr. Spahn's concerns was, how do we integrate that long-term pollution prevention plan with the employees and how the employees will be managed and trained on this. So what we did was we referenced the employee handbook, and also the applicant has confirmed that the LTPPP and the O&M will go in as a separate insert to that to that employee handbook, and they'll be trained on that yearly and upon being hired and so forth. One of the requirements that there is to add a BMP plan that basically shows whoever's responsible for maintenance where all the BMPs are. So we highlighted that. I will note all the inspection ports on the subsurface infiltration system are currently to be determined. We've laid them out, but the manufacturer will finalize them. So that's highlighted on the plan that here's our proposal of them, but once it's actually bought, the manufacturer will finalize the inspection ports for efficiency. And then lastly, a couple items that we added to the operation and maintenance plan, the CDS, which is the hydrodynamic separator. We just added how to maintain that and then basically referred back to the manufacturer guidelines, the riprap flare end section, and then also landscape maintenance we added to make sure that those are maintained as well. So with that, I believe that sums up the updates to the O&M plan. We did give you some other items, which was a list of chemicals that was previously requested by an abutter. That's a list of all the chemicals that will be used. They're the MSDS sheets for each of them. And then also we gave an architectural floor plan. Basically, all the chemicals will be stored within the back area, kind of what I laid out last time. I can't remember if I did that at planning board or here. But the final location is going to be determined when the building is actually engineered, the internals of the building. So it's going to be along that back strip of the building, but final locations will be determined once the architecturals are engineered. I believe that sums it up. So here to answer any questions.
Dave, do you have anything else you want to add?
Just a couple of things. So Casey, and I have to admit, I really haven't had much of a chance to review the resubmission. I think we got it like just before 1 on Friday or something like that. So I really haven't had much of a chance to look at it yet. But I know when we did meet with Peter on Monday, a big topic of the discussion was the employee handbook. Did you include a copy of that in your submission?
So I did get there's basically just the applicant sent me a general draft of what the title will be, the chapters that'll be included. Okay. I did not forward that to you. I can forward that to you.
Yeah, I think
but
we
it
need to see
basically
that.
just says it's called the Bulba Bay Employee Handbook, and it's going to have the typical chapters that any employee handbook would have, but then he also listed the LTPPP and the O&M. So, you know, the handbook won't be officially created until he knows whether or not he's going to have a business here. But for now, the idea is that will be the name. We can reference that name, and then we
Okay,
have
well,
these
if
chapters.
if you could at least submit the draft. I mean, I don't know if that will be its final version. We could certainly put a condition in there that, you know, we'll need the final version, you know, prior to the start of operations, and, you know, we'll probably have to sit down with Ali, whoever is the responsible party, and then review it.
Yep. And as we discussed that, you know, last Monday, we can definitely set up an additional meeting further down the line prior to construction or prior to occupancy, however you prefer it to be, but to really nail down on how that employee handbook will shake out to address these stormwater items. We're definitely happy to condition that we have that meeting and go from there.
Okay. Now, the changes to the long-term pollution prevention plan that you just talked about, so is there an itemized bullet list of those somewhere?
Essentially, our markup of Peter's comments. So what we've addressed is we added timelines to items that require timelines, like the litter pickups and all the O&Ms, how often they need to be done. We added the references to the employee handbook and the spill kits. We added where the spill kits, how to find the spill kits per the employee handbook. We added the BMP plan, and then it was basically just modifying and wordsmithing language throughout to kind of make it site specific.
Can you just like send me an email with those things?
Sure.
That would be helpful. Another issue that we talked about, and I've actually put it in the draft order, is a complete prohibition against using PFAS-containing products on
Correct,
site.
and we are totally open to that condition. We don't want to use PFAS. We don't anticipate to use PFAS. The vendor has basically clarified that they don't even sell any products that use PFAS, so that is we're happy with that condition.
Okay. So that's all I have to say at the moment. Certainly be curious to hear your reaction, Peter, to your revisions that have been made.
Peter, why don't you were at that meeting.
Let me jump in.
Jump in here.
Yeah, Casey, good summary, but I think the simple takeaway, what we were trying to accomplish is the following. These stormwater systems have to work, to keep stuff out of the Zone 2 drinking water. They have to be designed properly, but they have to be operated and maintained in a certain way. So really, all we were trying to do is get from our experts, the design engineer, into this employee handbook or whatever, but get the key parameters going forward that need to be watched by the operator to make sure the thing works as designed. And a couple of great examples are, you know, make sure the employees are trained that they shouldn't be spilling these chemicals on the ground, because then it ends up in the stormwater system. We're good. That's an example. There's a lot of those examples we don't need to get into. So really what we were trying to do is make sure that we got the expertise from the design engineer into the owner's hand, because the owner is going to end up having a maintenance contractor and staff at the facility implementing operations. So the question becomes, what do they need to know day to day? And post that in the control room and have a little bit of training. That's really, you know, all these things about ports and all this stuff, that's really what it boils down to in my mind. Very simple. So I have not had a chance to review it. I apologize. I just got it too. Carl, the only other thing that really struck me, well, two things. One is, Casey, I'm not sure this is really the O&M plan, but some of us are still wrestling with this question of no PFAS in the wax.
Okay.
And I am still not comfortable that you guys submitted the material safety data sheets. But my understanding from some experts is those material safety data sheets, which list the chemicals, don't always list trace amounts of chemicals.
Well, the promise of no PFAS wasn't just from the material safety data sheets. It was a note that came, a direct document from the vendors that says they don't use it.
Right. So I was going to ask you as the engineer to give us some additional assurance of some sort and maybe it's that kind of thing. But what really struck me was the manufacturer of the waxes and the materials that you guys want to use. The manufacturer doesn't brag, no PFAS. And PFAS in wax is such a big deal that a number of states are looking at banning it, although not immediately. So I was just a little confused on how we as a commission can assure the town that there isn't yet another source of PFAS should there be, and again, let's think this through, it would have to be a spill that ended up into the stormwater system. So again, the commission needs to think about this, but we have asked you guys, I'm sure you'll do it, make sure there's worker training on what to do if there's a spill. And secondly, there is a Department of Health regulation about containing the stuff, which we don't need to talk about now, but that is a recommendation I have, is to make sure we work with the health department on that reg, which is designed, to prevent spilling. And I guess the bottom line is, if you're comfortable, if the commission's comfortable there's not going to be a spill, this PFAS and wax thing isn't that big a deal.
Well, and I also think-
Let me just finish and I'll shut up. If on the other hand, we are concerned about the possibility of a spill, then we need to talk more about, this no PFAS. And let me just say, this isn't like spilling oil. You guys maybe have read on PFAS. It's ridiculous. It's like a couple of molecules put you into a health problem. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but it's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, like a few drops on the pavement. Rainstorm ends up in the stormwater system. The stuff goes right through the stormwater system in that scenario and ends up in the drinking water. So again, if we're talking about old school pollutants like, petroleum and oil and stuff that isn't quite as toxic in tiny amounts, we wouldn't have this conversation. PFAS is different. So anyway, we can talk more about that as needed. Casey, I'm sorry.
I do think one point that maybe I should make to the commission, because Peter, you have the benefit of knowing this, where we discussed it last Monday, but I don't believe the commission has been told this yet. The deliveries come in, 3 to 5 gallon jugs by FedEx, Amazon, UPS directly into the facility. So employees of the facility aren't handling them outside to spill them in and basically spill them into the stormwater system. They're delivered directly interior of the facility, where if there was an employee spill, which Ali says he hasn't had, but if there was, it goes to the trench drains where they're going anyway, which is out to the sewer and not going to the stormwater system.
Right.
So I just wanted to give that benefit to the commission that, we're not talking about 50-gallon drums being dropped off and rolled into the facility or whatnot, but.
Yeah, and I think there was a 30-gallon.
He did say there was a
bigger one, but
one of them, which is not as often delivered yet.
But again, what I would encourage fellow commissioners to think about, there is a Department of Health reg, I can send it to you if you don't know it, that addresses avoiding spills and having secondary containment around the containers. And, as long as that reg is executed, our concern shouldn't be getting too wrapped around the axle on how you design that part of the
Well,
facility.
it probably makes sense then to prepare the employee handbook by referencing or at least consulting that regulation.
Right.
Well, I also think there's a pretty significant, financial incentive to not spill this stuff.
Sure.
So it's in Ollie's best interest that he does do these trainings, that the employees know how to handle the chemicals, because these are basically concentrated amounts, which are very, very expensive. So if it's definitely in his best interest to make sure that his employees are not spilling them and handling them ridiculously.
And then there was one other quick thing. I was contacted by some residents that sort of raised a question, and I did a little bit of digging. I don't know, I think the Department of Health, under their regulations, has asked for one of these environmental reports. I think that's true.
I don't know, have they?
The Board of Health, as part of the groundwater protection zone, we have to go through the Board of Health process for the groundwater protection zone, which is going to be the next step.
Which in their reg, I don't know if they've pulled the trigger, but their reg requires something called an environmental report. We've talked about that before. But that would address, if that report is done, that would address some of these citizens' questions. Is there any source of contamination? I think somebody was worried about the gas station next door.
We did do a phase 1 analysis on the site. There is no, I believe there was, and I'm sorry, I'm looking back because we did this months ago, but I believe there was one spill on the gas station site that was away from our site towards more of the hotel and Moonstones. I don't know if it's still Moonstones, but
Yeah, so.
But it did not affect our site, and they did not see any other reason to engage a phase 2 on our site, based on the information that they had.
Yeah, and that might be helpful if you submitted that to Dave Coons, just because I'm getting some questions from neighbors. And that would be that's the way it would normally be handled, is that phase 1 assessment.
Okay.
So if that's been done, that's great. We can put that to bed. If you can submit that, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
I just had a question, kind of looking at what might still be open in the hearing process, but, and, you know, the fact, we're dealing with a zone 2 to the aquifer type situation with the water district. Do we ever get any letters or comments back from our water districts with anything?
Not that I know of.
And they're aware of, I mean, they know about the whole.
Well, they reviewed our proposal, and we had to basically come to an agreement with them on how they would serve our property, so they're definitely aware of the proposal. We have a signed agreement for them to provide water to the site.
Can you supply a copy of?
Sure, the planning board has it, but I can forward it to you as well.
But that's just for them to service you as a customer.
Correct, but it's also, it reflects that they have an understanding that the project is taking place.
Well, my understanding of the way the town is supposed to work.
All right, try now.
Everything okay over there?
Yeah.
It's not me.
I think it's me.
Mission complete.
So just quickly, my understanding of how the process in town works, at least in an ideal world, is the Board of Health has a reg for the applicant to do this environmental impact report, which includes assessing contamination. I mean, you can read the reg. It just says assess contamination, assess the hydrogeologic impact on the well field or the zone 2. And so that's why I keep asking, if the health department pulled that trigger and that report has been done, the water district uses that
Well,
part of their
I
decision.
thought it was just the opposite. I thought that the health department uses the water district's SOP.
Correct.
That's correct,
Yeah.
So
Both statements are correct. It's a little bit weird because the water department isn't part of the town. It's a separate utility. So they don't have the town, they rely, the way they explained it, they rely on the town regs, which are owned by the health department in this case. But anyway, the answer to the water district question, as I understand it, isn't, I mean, it's the right question for this commission to ask, but as far as making something happen to assess that, those regs appear to be with health and water district.
Well, I think the water district answered it by, they had no concerns with the stormwater management. They didn't address anything with which your concerns were inside the building. That's outside of the zone.
Well,
too, I believe.
internal of the building is a separate permitting process through the Board of
Right,
Health that
right.
doesn't include the water district.
That's
The
outside
internal
the
of the
zone
building
too,
is a
is that
trench
correct?
drain. What's that?
That's outside of zone 2? The building?
Well, it doesn't discharge to the zone 2, so it wouldn't be addressed as part of the zone 2. That gets permitted separately for a
understand.
trench drain through the Board of Health, but the groundwater protection zone basically relies on input from the water district per their SOP, their standard operating procedure, that we have to follow. And, we'll basically meet with the water district and ensure as part of their aquifer that they're not concerned.
So you still have yet to do that?
We have not engaged the Board of Health
Okay.
with the groundwater protection zone yet.
But the water district, do you have anything, in writing from them?
Just regarding their agreement for sale.
I think you need something from the water department to say there's no impact to the zone 2.
Well,
That's what I'm concerned
that'll come
about.
as part of the Board of Health process.
Right, so.
The
Right.
water district didn't notify you with a written letter saying that they had no concerns with?
We have not engaged the Board of Health process yet. The Board of Health process,
Well, Mark, I think that's
part of it.
As Casey and I and your team reviewed this whole thing, there's a whole bunch of those little questions that we should probably talk about offline, but I would think this commission would want the results of that analysis.
Right.
Not that we have to do it, but our mission is also to protect groundwater. And it seems to me we should rely on the parts of town that have that in their regs stronger than
Oh, I
we
agree,
do.
I agree.
Right.
I thought it was addressed.
Yeah.
No, but I guess where we anticipated this going was there would be a condition in the order that we must comply with the groundwater protection zone of the Board of Health, so that we can allow the Board of Health to do their process, which, they have to engage the water district there. We have to work with the water district there, and we have to basically satisfy all the Board of Health's concerns if there are any, which will in turn address your condition, which is doing the same thing.
So when the planning board is part of the site plan approval,
Correct.
when they solicited comments on the project from, different town agencies and different town departments, did the water district submit anything in
The
response
water
to that?
district only submitted their agreement with us that basically acknowledged that we want to do this project and how much water they would have to sell for us, and then their rules and regulations for doing such.
Okay, so we need to,
Yeah, I'll work on that tomorrow.
okay.
Okay,
Suggestion
so
on
going
what to-
forward,
yeah,
what do we
going-
need?
yeah,
We need
yeah.
a draft. We need the draft of the O and M, right?
Well, the
And the
employee,
handbook.
the employee
Handbook.
handbook, yeah, that's the main thing I'd like to see at this point. I'd still also like to have some more time to review the most recent submission.
Well, couldn't the
which is-
draft of the employee handbook be addressed as, we're going to submit that and then have the meeting with you prior to construction or prior to occupancy?
It could be, although, I
I
mean.
believe that's what we discussed at the meeting on Monday.
I thought we were going to at least, again, get some bullet points of the sorts of things that would be included in the handbook. I think it would be nice to have at least some sort of idea, at least conceptually, of what is going to be in the handbook. Again, we don't have to, drill down to all of the details right now, but.
I mean, here's the challenge. Our job is to ensure groundwater quality. It's kind of hard to do that if you don't know the details of how the facility is going to be
Well,
operated.
If the applicant has said that and promised that they're going to include, and if you can condition that they're going to include the LTPPP and the O&M, that's the extent of stormwater that's going to be in the employee handbook. So as long as, the O&M, the LTPPP are revised as required, then that, if we're saying that's going to be in the employee handbook and it's conditioned as such, and we have to have a meeting with you ahead of time, I don't know what else you want to see in the employee handbook.
So he doesn't already have a handbook? He hasn't already done this in the past?
Not for this site specifically.
Well, his project hasn't been approved, so if I
Right,
was
he doesn't
him,
own
I
the
wouldn't
site.
do it yet either.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the problem,
I
the
think
challenge.
I agree with that. It's, he doesn't want to invest a lot of money in a handbook a
Right.
project that might get declined, so.
I just thought he might have had one from other sites, but maybe I
Well, that's
misunderstood
true,
that.
because he does run other
Well,
facilities, he said.
We're pushing this.
But they're not site
All right,
specific to
We're
this
pushing
one.
this envelope a little bit. So it
Yep.
sounds like, to me, though, what I think I'm hearing here, the question is, do we want to move forward here with any kind of a vote on the application with some conditions? Or do we want to wait until we see for ourselves some of the things that we would put into that condition? And that's I think that's what I'm hearing.
One option
Question.
that I was leaning towards was to close the hearing up tonight, not take any action, but allow time for our agent to be able to go through the final, I heard you hadn't been able to go through the final submittal, right?
I would really need the hearing to be kept open just to review the latest submission.
So I think we need that then. I mean,
And we have the water district / health department question. Is there more information on water quality?
I mean, I'd like to, I'd like to see something from the water district says they have no questions or concerns, period. That would make me feel more comfortable.
Well, again, couldn't that be addressed as part of a condition of this, that you will receive that prior to any occupants or prior to any construction? Because that's going to be taken care of as part of a future process that the
Well-
Chelmsford Zone Board of Health has.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's been done that way in the past, but the problem is we would like to have input. In other words, just receiving that letter, I mean, it could be a clean letter, I guess that word's been used before. But if that letter says, whoops, we have problems, then it doesn't do us any good to get it after the fact.
Well, but then I think
Well,
what
then
you're
your approval
proposing
are
is that the
reneged.
hearing be kept open until the Board of Health study is done.
I think so. And you also have the planning board aquifer protection permit that, I don't know if we know the status of that either.
I don't.
Well, that status is they were contemplating voting at the last meeting, but then held it open just to receive the
Yeah.
O&M.
And you just said you wanted to see the.
I mean, he needs
had
some time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
and
need
we-
the time.
Yeah,
we gotta give-
I need some additional time to review the latest
So
submission.
I think,
At the very least.
I'm thinking we have someone who wants to speak from the public, but on top of that, I think we're looking at continuing this for the purposes of allowing our agent to do some more research and for us to, maybe our connection with the water district to get some kind of
Yeah.
movement on the
I'd like
water
to-
district.
To know directly that, hey, the water district's okay, they don't have
And
concerns.
also the Board of Health,
Oh.
at least to get a better read on when that might happen.
But I would like to be able to close this up too soon.
Yes.
I'm
It's
I'm
gone
with
on
you.
a
Yep, I'm
long
with you.
time.
I'm with you. So, in the interest of letting the public speak, Casey, if you could let our guest here. Hello?
Thank you. Laurie Myers, 7 Pine Hill Avenue. So thank you for your time on this. I know there has been a lot of thought put into this, and we really appreciate it. 59 trees still being removed close to the highway. That doesn't seem like anything there is going to change, but I do appreciate Casey's work on that. The Board of Health Environmental Impact Report from an engineering firm, I know that you have addressed that, so I look forward to seeing that as well. I did read the Board of Health regulations, and it doesn't appear that, that's something that should be avoided or can be avoided, and I hope the Board of Health will take some action on that. And correct me if I'm wrong, there will be in-ground storage tanks containing oil, antifreeze gas, that comes from, these drains inside the car wash. That's going into a tank into the ground in a Zone 2 aquifer protection zone, even though I keep mixing up the language on that. So is that true? There's a tank that goes into the, so where does it go? Where is it? So when it drains off, where is that going from inside the car wash?
How about if you
I'm
finish your
sorry,
questions?
yes, I'm
and
so
then-
sorry.
and then we'll
Yes,
yep,
I
yep,
apologize.
Yep, no problem. If you have more questions, let them go and finish up, and then we'll have Casey
Okay,
respond.
so I just want some clarification on that. This is not my area of expertise. The chemical storage issues, I can tell you right now, that was not in the original plan. It was not presented to the stormwater folks. They don't know the type of chemicals that will be stored on site. If there's, and I think they should be aware of that. I mean, that given the area, we have the River Meadow Brook, the Hale Brook right behind there. There's a lot at stake here. The chemicals, they all have different cleanup recommendations. Some are flammable, all are very harmful if they go into the water. Nothing within the documentation mentions that they're PFAS free. So thank you for bringing that up as well. Not all the chemicals are listed. I get the reasons for that. The manufacturers do that. The one pager on the storage and cleanup spills, I hear there will be training, there will be a handbook. There's, it's just concerning. I'm hearing a spill kit, I mean, so the protection from a spill on site in a Zone 2 aquifer protection area is, basically a sham wow. That does not give me comfort, and that should not give you comfort as well. Again, boards talking to each other. I'm hearing the planning board. They really want to get going on this. They're antsy. They want to get this passed. That's concerning. The rush to get this through. Once those spills are cleaned up, where are they going? In the dumpster? There's a spill inside the facility. In the dumpster, we all know that dumpsters are not waterproof. So I really have questions around chemicals. So I know I've, thrown a lot at you, and I appreciate your time. And you've all been very responsive to me. So I look forward to hearing your responses.
Thank you. Casey, if you want to
Sure.
address whatever you can.
Attempt to address the questions as they came in. To attempt to address at least my understanding of the first question, which was what happens to everything internal of the building. So what happens is it goes into the internal trench drains of the building. That building then runs through the recirculation tanks, which is what feeds the water back into the building. It then goes into an oil grit separator, which is just required as part of any internal floor drain going to a sewer. And then from that oil grit separator, which is a closed tank, watertight, It then just goes directly to the sewer, which goes out to Lowell. All the chemicals are internal of the site, of the building, so anything that is basically kept, if it were spilled, it would go through the same exact procedure as if it were used. It goes into the trench drains, through the recirculation, oil grit, and out. It does not come into contact at any point with the aquifer unless it was spilled outside of the facility. If it's spilled outside of the facility, there's still several spill protections that are in place. All of the catch basins have hoods as they're required to, so basically any floatables can't get through the stormwater system. If there's a spill, a spill response action, which is basically you have to clean out the catch basin, make sure that it's all locally and state, federal regulated for how to handle these chemicals. So if there is a spill even inside the building, you can't just throw it in the dumpster. You have to follow the proper procedures on how to basically get rid of it. I do want to just address that I wouldn't say the planning board is antsy to get this approved. It's been in their hands for 4 months, 5 months, so it's not really a huge rush. I think they feel like they've had all the information that they asked for. So I believe that they feel, as long as the commission and the Board of Health we're going to go to the Board of Health, as long as that's all set, they feel like they have the information they need to make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just respond just quickly, just for general knowledge? One very good example, if there is a spill and the stuff is soaked up in spill kits and thrown in the dumpster and it rains and whatever, that whole scenario that Ms. Myers mentioned is exactly what we've been asking for in the O&M plan. And our jurisdiction is the Stormwater Handbook. That's a good example. The Stormwater Handbook says the O&M plan needs to have specific procedures for good housekeeping is the general term. And Casey, we talked about that the other day. So I'm hoping that the plan you developed is giving specific procedures for good housekeeping, which would address some of these comments about what you do when there's a spill and what do you do with the stuff that has PFAS in it. So again, I haven't seen what you guys wrote, but to me, that is within our jurisdiction. The part about chemical storage inside the building, I go back to the health department, Reg. I don't think it affects what we're trying to do, but that's kind of, like you said, gone too far afield, I think, from this commission. Even though it does matter, it's not really our. So there's a lot of those issues still hanging here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think anybody else from the public that wants to speak? Okay, so I will take a motion to continue.
I move that we continue this meeting to our next Conservation Commission meeting, which is April 23rd.
Motion from Chris.
Second.
Second from Bill. All in favor?
Wait a minute, discussion?
Any discussion? Okay.
What are we asking him to deliver to us for the next meeting so that we can close this or move or whatever we need to do?
Well, I don't know if we're asking for anything.
What I heard,
well,
Bill,
yes.
was that our agent needs some time to review the latest submissions.
Okay.
So we need that to happen.
Definitely need that, and I can, and then I can continue to draft the order of conditions.
And a draft of the work of the employee handbook, even if it's an early draft.
Well, I'm hearing that he doesn't want to do
I
that.
thought there was a draft, like chapters.
Well, what I can give you is the title. I can forward it to you right after this meeting. I have it in my email. It's just what the title is going to be, example chapters that'll be included, which basically includes the O&M, the LTPPP. We've said we're going to do that. We can condition it that way. The one thing I do want to address is the Board of Health process. The reason why we haven't engaged that is because that can get costly depending on how they want to approach it. So we wanted to have some semblance of whether or not approvals would be received before investing money into that process, because an environmental investigation can get costly and quickly. So that's the reason we haven't gone through that process yet, because we don't want to invest all this money if it gets turned down at stages that could happen prior to that.
Yeah, and then the third thing was, you said you had a manufacturer's certification on PFAS.
Which I believe I've actually submitted. If I haven't submitted to the commission, I definitely submitted it to planning board, but I believe I did submit that to the commission at the very early beginnings of this when it was first brought up. It was just a letter from the vendor that basically promised or certified that there's no PFAS within their products.
Okay, let me go back and look for that.
And if I haven't,
Out
I'll
of
go back
pile
to the
or
planning board stuff.
Ask for it again.
Well, why don't you just send it?
I'll just
again?
I'll go back to the
Okay.
stuff.
If
and
you would,
send
please.
it.
David, would you have the order of conditions ready at the next meeting?
I should be able to have a draft, yeah.
I like that
Yeah,
idea, Bill.
yeah.
You know, getting that draft ready
Yeah.
so we can look at that next meeting.
I don't want
Yep.
to overtax you on what you have to do, but I
Right, no,
just-
no, I think that's reasonable. I mean,
Okay.
again, I can't guarantee it's going to be the absolute final. That's why we want to talk about it. I want to review it.
right, right.
But yeah, I can.
I'll
I
get
can,
you a letter from CW, from Chelmsford Water District, so once you
That'd be good.
get that. All this stuff, what is the entity that's gonna be responsible for this in the town?
For what, compliance?
On the O and M. Who's
Well,
gonna-
there's two. We have to submit all stormwater O&Ms to the DPW as part of our approvals with them through planning board, and then it's also a condition in David's order that's going to say that we have to submit them to him as well.
Mark, at the risk of like blowing everything up, they do have to get, I believe, a land disturbance permit from DPW, which is part of our somewhat new stormwater regs. And in those DPW regs, once again, are all of the same stormwater O&M questions we just raised.
Okay.
So we need to do some internal coordination, so we're not
Just doesn't get
making the
pushed in
applicant like
Doesn't get
do it
pushed in the
twice.
closet and left there.
No, because
Yep.
that also requires a stormwater pollution prevention plan that takes you through construction as well. So we'll basically have the construction covered and then also post-construction and occupancy covered at that point.
and believe me, I've been working very hard to coordinate closely with DPW on
Yeah, thank you.
stormwater issues.
Good question, Bill. I like it.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we know what the deliverables are. We have a motion, we have a second from
I just second.
Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Casey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next one up. That's okay, yeah, sure. Let's, I've got a request to take a 5-minute break. I know it's getting late, but let's take 5 minutes. We will start right sharply at 9:15. We'll start back up. All right, let's get started here. We are now up to the notice of intent continued for 93 Brick Kiln Road.
Yep.
And representing the applicant.
John Higgins with Higgins Environmental. I met you the last time.
Yes,
I'm
hello,
here
Mr. Higgins.
with Ender from D&D and Brian from Hancock and Rich from LEC may be on Zoom. If you have any questions for us.
Okay. So I know that the planning board was getting a site assessment peer reviewed. There's also, we have peer review on stormwater on this?
That's been completed, I think. I believe there may still be some remaining concerns about the off-pavement storage of snow storage, so I think we'll probably hear about that from the members of the public. But I think mainly what's going on right now is the peer review of Mr. Higgins' report by the planning board or by their consultant.
So I'm a little confused. What are we looking for?
Well, what I was thinking was
this one,
that maybe the commission wants to keep the hearing open pending the completion of the peer review.
Yeah, okay.
Particularly as it might potentially impact stormwater. On the other hand, if Mr. Higgins and Brian says no, there's no way stormwater can ever be impacted by that, maybe that's not a consideration.
I'll go back to the last applicant. Do we have any letters from the water departments concerning any issue with PFAS and if it's an issue for them?
Nope. But I think it may be the same situation as with the last hearing was that the Board of Health or still the environmental impact report has to be done for the Board of Health.
No, if I could, yeah.
Okay. Sure.
So just a quick update. So yes, we did, after our meeting with you, we met with the planning board. They had some concerns that we talked about for a while. And we also met with the Board of Health last week. And the water district, I had early on met with Brandon and Lisa, and they did issue a letter saying no further actions, with conditions that the property is connected to municipal sewer, holistic use of any herbicides, pesticide kind of general practices. The Board of Health had no other conditions other than just normal conditions about some kind of annual report of how we do things once a year. So we met with the planning board. They had some questions, and we tried to address those as best we were able to. And we met with the Board of Health. They had no other questions, and you have a letter from the Water District. And just in summary, we did, early on, they met with the Board of Health and they developed a hydrologic assessment and environmental testing of the property, which was completed, and I got involved to review that data as LSP.
Well, it would be nice to know why then the planning board is requiring a peer review of your report.
Well, I don't actually know. I mean, I understand what their questions were, David, but they actually aren't consistent with the stormwater management handbook. So the question they had was on, so they recognized that where the Zone 2 boundary is, where our wells are, because we had a map that we could show them, and their primary point of focus, and this is just a summary for them, was MW1, which is one of our upgradient wells. It had concentrations of PFAS that were below the reportable concentrations for that area. But the question they posed to us was, and this is what they're actually looking for peer review assistance was, whether there's expected increased spread of contamination into Zone 2 due to infiltration, and thus plans should be adequate as is. That's kind of the one thing. So if there's no expected increase to contamination, the plans as is should be fine. And the second part is kind of the alternate of that. If there is a risk of increased spread of contamination into Zone 2, then maybe relocate some or all of the infiltration would be recommended. And so I spoke to them for a while, and I don't want to, contamination has a definition under the Massachusetts Contingency Plan as well as the Stormwater Management Handbook. So we're not within the Zone 2. And what the Stormwater Management Handbook does is that for some really, and this is actually how, I'll read actually what it says, if there are some areas of contamination that can be considered near the Zone 2, if they have this, it's a discharge is near a critical area if there is a strong likelihood of significant impact occurring to said area, taking into account site-specific factors. And I talked about that for a while, and later on, DEP, the Stormwater Management Handbook, actually says Mass DEP recognizes that on some sites, there is a risk that infiltrating the required discharge volume, because it's part of the stormwater management, may cause or contribute to groundwater contamination. Consequently, they required this maximum extent of infiltration to the extent practicable, specifically for areas that are classified as contaminated, which is, this is not. And then it goes on to say where contamination has been capped in place, where there has been an activity and use limitation. None of those things apply here. And then later on they say, or sites near a location of a solid waste landfill. None of those things apply here. So the tenet of their question and to request an LSP review, it doesn't meet the classification of contaminated by regs. So recognize their concern as we've gone through with each of the boards today, including the Board of Health, yourself, and the Water District. But
so what is the peer review going to look for?
well, that's the question they had. So they developed their own questions, and so there is no expected increased spread of contamination into the Zone 2 due to infiltration, and thus the plans would be adequate as is. So if there's no expected increase, everything's fine. And the second part is if there's a risk of increased spread of contamination into the Zone 2, which is about 100 feet away from MW1, due to upgrading infiltration, we should reconsider relocation of some or all of the infiltration galleries, of which there's 5 infiltration galleries spread across around the, as you folks all know. Okay.
So if I could just add, I was not involved in the planning board's decision, so I can't really speak for the planning board, but just as an environmental engineer, it's actually simpler. To me, there's 2 things going on. You've got the regs that were developed for us as a guideline, and I think you're referring to the regs, but the second question that really isn't addressed very well in the regs. You're changing, so let me make it simpler. There clearly is a source of PFAS on the site, or you wouldn't have found it in the groundwater. So the question I think that's being asked is once you change the hydrology of the site, in other words, you're going from a wooded site where the trees absorb groundwater or rainwater, now you're paving it and changing how the water percolates through that source of PFAS. So I think the technical question, forget the regs, the technical question is since you're changing the whole site hydrology, because you're changing the whole site, are you going to be drawing more PFAS out of that source and somehow transporting that into the wells, the drinking water wells? And, that's not, I mean, it's not an easy question to answer, but I think that's a simple way, at least the way my brain looks at this fundamental question.
There's a part of it I can answer too, so that's the source part. There's no indication that there's a source here, commercial or industrial, which should be orders of magnitude greater than like what I would consider to be almost a background. This is our hydraulically upgrading well, and the concentrations we have here are is the 40 million, well below the PFAS levels that are in this area. So this is what you would expect to find as background. So you can't exacerbate background because it's just all around you. It's like the air you breathe. You can't blow it and expect better quality or worse quality to come in behind you.
Right. And one question I have, Carl, is, and I don't know the scope of the Board of Health and the Chelmsford water work, but the way the Board of Health reg for the environmental report reads is to do a hydrogeologic study, which in my mind should answer these questions. But I'm not familiar enough with how they actually do that process. So maybe we could look into that a little bit while we let the planning board process play out.
But it sounds like you've already been through the Board of Health process.
Yeah, we've been through the Board of Health, we've been through the Water District, and if you have any questions on the hydrogeo, that's my area as an LSP as well.
You know which way the groundwater is traveling, correct?
Yeah, so we talked about this actually in the Conservation Commission. So, you know, it's actually it's Board of Health, but so essentially the property is like a half circle, and in the center part is all upland bedrock, and basically it's dry. There's no water there. It's like dry rock, and you have a perimeter around the property, which also has surface water on the perimeter as well. And so you have this interplay of surface water coming in, which is, you know, technically groundwater when it's in the soil, but it's just this direct feedback that we have. And if you look at those locations, it shows the hydrogeocycle did a groundwater flow map. It was like it was a modeled flow path, basically. The nearest point, two nearest points, basically. So, okay, and it showed it flowing from the uplands toward the wetland on the northern side, and then as you move toward the center, southern side and eastern side, it was flowing southeasterly, which is actually consistent with the direction of surface water flow. It's a riverine wetland, which is toward the southeast. That's where that flows.
Like Concord River Basin, is that the direction it'll be heading?
Well, eventually it goes that way. So I mean, it's the Middlesex Canal. That's where it flows. It hasn't changed since then. Although that's been, I don't even know if that's really but it goes toward the Concord eventually. That's where it goes. So it doesn't go toward the well. It does if you look at a map on like a micro scale, and that's the terms I used. But on a larger scale, one thing, there's no water flowing from the dry bedrock behind where the groundwater flow is shown. There's no water to flow that way. It's just kind of draining back with that into the wetland back and then toward the southeast.
But this is my point for this commission. I would expect, I haven't seen it, but I would expect this hydrogeo study that's part of the Board of Health to look at that very question.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, don't quote me on this, but I think basically the groundwater flows to Lowell, not towards the well. And if that's documented in this, I think that's what that Board of Health report, in my mind, would do. And then it would make this commission's job a lot easier if we had that information.
That's actually part of my report, Peter. If I can, that's part of my LSP evaluation opinion. I threw all of my supporting data review stuff in there. If you're looking for it, that's where you can find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, all that kind of went into the comments I made at our last hearing.
But it doesn't sound like the Board of Health is going to require anything more at this point, right?
No, they're not. Well, I mean, they'll have, like, they expect to get annual reports of, you know, I expect to see a letter saying, here's our conditions, but there was nothing else required. They were sticking to their rules and regulations, which is how they termed it. But I did, like everyone else, we spent time summarizing what we've done, what our findings are, and answering questions that we're able to.
Right.
It's part of our D&D team here of people, professionals.
Was there a Board of Health environmental study?
Well, how about a simple
Yes.
motion?
There was.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about
See that?
Yeah, how about a simple motion that we ask our agent to collect the Board of Health info and then see what the planning board's up to on that plan to do the peer review?
See, I'd like to
Rather-
just close the hearing up tonight. I think I've heard enough, honestly, but that's just me. But
do
you
that.
can make your motion, Peter.
Could do that, either way.
I thought, I would like to hear public input, though, before we did too much. Sorry. I hope
All
I
right,
didn't jump
well,
in too
I see one of our usual suspects. I mean that with
In a
love.
good way, in a good way, right?
Thank you.
Let's take comments from the public.
Thanks. Ruth Luna, 10 Carter Drive. I just wanted to say on that the numbers that you're talking about on this site are basically the same numbers as we're also talking about on 270 Billerica Road. That's why I first started looking at it, and that's why I raised questions last week. The difference is on Billerica Road, that's in Zone 2. This is just outside of Zone 2, which is an approximate line. It looks to be about 90 feet up gradient from the Zone 2 line. And the question, what was prompting it, is on the other side, 15 feet further up gradient from that, is one of the large infiltration basins. And so the question is, what happens when you route water through there that's not been the normal pattern of groundwater movement? Are you moving it toward this imprecise line that if it were located in that area, it would be a reportable concentration? So saying it here, it's not reportable, you move it a little bit, that level would be reportable. And we've already been at the verge of having had too high of a PFAS level. So like was earlier said about the car wax, I think that we do want to look at it. So that's, at least I can't speak for the planning board, but that's my understanding of part of why they're wanting it peer reviewed, as far as, because you're changing how the groundwater is moving with the infiltration and with such a large one. And I think they also asked the question of whether additional testing is needed to identify what's going on there. And then the comment on the snow storage, it was just something I had been looking at some earlier files, and I had noticed on another site where for 243 River Neck, so that might be coming up for you at some point. I noticed that one of the conditions that was asked for by the commission as a settlement on that was that they said that any snow that is not stored in parking areas, they wanted removed from the site. They didn't want any plowing toward wetlands. They didn't want any snow stored on planted areas. They wanted any snow that stayed on site to go into the stormwater management system. So I sent the wording of that to all of you, as far as I didn't know if that was something you wanted to be considering as either a standard condition or as a condition to use on sites that, for whatever reason, are more environmentally sensitive. And
Just
so-
to be clear, that was a condition from years ago?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm
And
following you.
if I could just add something quickly. So there is, I noticed there is a standard condition, and I don't know whether it ultimately originated from that project or not, but it does say that all storms greater, snow from all storms greater than 6 inches shall be removed off-site. So, I mean, that sounds kind of like what you're saying. That condition has already been included in a couple of conditions that this commission has issued since I've been here.
So,
Your
I
concern
mean-
was runoff?
I mean, if I were on the commission, I would want to wait until I know that is the stormwater going to have a change or not. I mean, it's not like it's going to hold up a permit because the planning board is waiting for that answer, so, but that's just my opinion.
Ruth, was your concern runoff? Is that what your concern was?
In the run,
The snow?
When the snow, when you said it's build out a material plan, regularly inspect vertical, no, that's not where it is. But you talked about storing snow, you didn't want to see it on site, and it was gonna be taken off site when David brought in that other
Well,
over 6 inches.
yeah, that's the first time I mentioned that. That was going.
no, I was citing an earlier condition that I saw the commission had used, that they had requested DEP include in a final decision. And I thought that it made sense as far as at least on sites that you have environmental concern, as far as, since the snow melt is a contaminated water source, that you would want to be sure it's getting treated if it's staying there, as opposed to just having it go straight in the ground. And so I thought it made sense when I saw the condition, so I just wanted to put it out there for you to be considering on any sites that you think you need to have that level of concern.
You're asking the tenant to clean his water, but the town's dropping salt everywhere. I don't understand what the purpose of this is. Just a thought.
Okay.
And not to belabor the point, but all of the highways.
That's what I'm talking about. The
Yeah.
highways it's all straight salt now, there's no sand at all.
No sand.
if I could, maybe one of our questions in terms of groundwater
Sure.
flow. So the groundwater flow direction, as limited as it is, wouldn't change. It would still flow outward from the upland dry area of bedrock toward the surface water wetland, which it does now. The gradient might increase a bit, but this part of this is management of stormwater is to equally distribute it and maintain as much as we can on the property, which is what they propose to do.
But I think the main point I was hearing, and maybe I misunderstood, but I think what I heard Ruth saying was that, to the extent that the Zone 2 line is arbitrary, you've got reportable concentrations very, very close to that, and sort of you're saying they're not reportable, but I mean the difference in the physical locations to some extent maybe just arbitrary. So I mean, can you address that issue?
Zone 2 limits are not arbitrary.
Well,
I mean, it's just, the analogy I gave was, it's kind of like roads that have speed limits. We're doing 50 miles an hour, the speed limit's 55, and that's set based upon like a similar kind of logic to like the Zone 2 boundaries, line of sight, road condition, proximity of residences. There's all these kind of criteria, hydraulic permeability, the gradient, boundary conditions for geology. And, if you're driving 50 then, how can you hypothetically say, well, what happens if you drive 65? Well, you wouldn't be following the rules in that instance, speed limit. But, we can't change the geology, and the limits are set based upon state methods for determining those. I haven't reviewed those to determine if they're correct, but I think they did follow the rules. They have to be approved by the state. So they're not arbitrary. They're state-approved Zone 2 limits. And Chelmsford's Aquifer Protection District adopted those same limits. So that, that was your opportunity to look at it.
Yeah, and David, it's even more complicated. My understanding, which is kind of limited, but my understanding, I had this validated with the Chelmsford Water District on a different project a year ago. We're not necessarily drawing drinking water from the entire Zone 2. That's not what that means. That's like a potential. And so that's the other question. That's why I keep coming back to these health department hydrogeo studies. We want to know, under the current permitted water withdrawal of our town wells, is it drawing from what part of the Zone 2? And our regs don't address that. Our regs just force us to look at all of Zone 2. So there's a lot more to that for another day.
So I see another member of the public who also happens to be maybe coincidentally a member of the planning board.
Yeah, Joel Luna, associate member of the planning board. The only reason I got up to comment is because David's question. And no, zone 2 boundaries are not arbitrary, but they are a general approximation, just like you delineate wetlands on every application that comes before you. But there are wetland maps that exist. So there are already designated wetland areas. But because those are general sorts of designations that are made, that you want them specifically delineated to know what are the specific wetlands on the site. So in this case, this Zone 2 was established through, however means they established at Weston and Sampson, I think, designated the Zone 2s. I don't remember exactly. It was done a while ago. And in this particular case, because of the proximity of this well, the direct gradient towards the Zone 2, and the knowledge that the Zone 2 was not necessarily specifically known, then it raised for us a question. And also, because you're concentrating water in infiltration up gradient, which is a higher concentration of water than it is currently now, because you're putting in a very large infiltration bed, which is taking the water from the whole subcatch area and infiltrating it in that particular place, up gradient of this well where you've got identified PFAS, that is then subsequent up gradient of the Zone 2, was the cause for the concern. And that's why there was a vote of 4-3 for the peer review. So whether you want to hold your meeting open so we get the results of that, or whether you don't, that's up to you. But
That's
for us,
helpful.
it was a concern we wanted answered.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Joel.
I do have one part if I could add to that. So the stormwater, so PFAS are soluble in water. This is not a source. And the water that's going to be introduced there should be PFAS-free and much cleaner. So we're not pushing it with a higher load. We're not causing or contributing, which is another metric under the stormwater handbook, to the contamination that's there, which seems to be a background for that area. And, you know, as Peter says, it's the Zone 2 boundary it includes a larger area down gradient of that well that's, you know, not part of where this flows. The flow's not going to the well.
The answer is
Okay.
it's complicated.
Yeah, yeah. But we also have, the planning board is chasing it, so, so then the question becomes, do we want to close this hearing? Chris, I heard you mention that. I'm looking around to see what you guys are,
Well, if we close it, David, we have what, 21 days to put out the permit conditions, so that's part of that question. Are we ready to put out permit conditions without knowing the results of some of these other activities? I don't have an answer to that, I'm just
Dave,
asking the question.
do you have a recommendation here?
Well,
Put you on the spot.
I was more or less assuming the commissioner would do the same thing with this hearing as the other, was to maybe keep it open one more time while I draft conditions.
Similar to the previous hearing.
Yeah, I mean, and
Yeah,
there
that makes sense.
And there certainly
Let's
will
do
be
that.
common conditions. They won't all be
Yeah,
exactly the same.
Right.
Let's do that.
You'll be able to do that by the next meeting? Try your
I
best.
should be.
We're stacking them up here.
Yeah, true.
Like
True,
logs.
and there are new
Here's a
filings
guy.
coming in all the time, but,
Okay, all right, then I think that's a reasonable approach. It's consistent.
Yeah. I make a motion then,
We'll hear more information in the meantime, and you'll be able to put that together.
yeah.
So we'll be voting next meeting.
Probably, almost certainly, yeah.
So you're gonna be back from your trip then?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Okay,
So I'll make a motion then that we continue to our next meeting and that we have our agent come up with draft order of conditions for us to review then.
okay, motion from Chris, second.
Second.
so
Second
just
from Bill.
discussion on the
Any
motion.
further discussion?
So going back to what Peter was asking for, I mean, I could request all of those reports from the Board of Health, but you could.
You already
know.
have them, actually. That's in my HEA report.
But I thought
Everything-
I thought you said there was also a groundwater modeling analysis.
Oh, the groundwater contours. Yeah, they use Surfer. It's a groundwater modeling. They don't include the model. It's
Is
displayed
that
on the map.
Is that included in your report as well?
The map of the groundwater contours that Hydrogeo Cycle prepared is included in the map. That's the output of the model. But it is a nearest neighbor modeling, so 2 points, and then it just linearly interpolates.
Okay, so your report is everything the Board of Health has.
Yeah, and now there are two. One has all the lab data, so you may not. I think the Board of Health is the one with all the lab data. So if you need that, I can provide one. But the report that's out there before the commission has the Hydrogeo Cycle in my own assessment in there. So
I just have a question. If I can.
Yep, go ahead, Bill.
Okay, they do the peer review, the planning board does a peer review. We find something out from that. What's the next move would be to move the infiltration basins? Is that what the outcome of that would be?
Or something.
Something like what?
Well, I think it's a hypothetical question. I don't think it's appropriate.
Well,
it's because you're looking at, I think, a background condition, and we're not from an upgradient source in that area. I mean, where are you going to move it to? It's not going to make things worse.
That's my whole point.
Yeah.
We're going
Yeah.
down everything's a science project here where we're going around in circles.
Well, you can nth degree, like split the difference between wells. I know.
We're going around in circles.
Yeah.
I'm saying with all these different opinions, everybody can have an opinion. The peer review could have a different opinion than you. Whose opinion do we
You go by
with?
You go by mine.
right?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
We could go on for, we
I
could
don't
go
mean
on
any, I mean
forever.
all respect, but
We
no,
could go on-
no, I have,
we
I
could go
have,
on
I have a
forever.
huge amount of respect for the LSP program, and but having said that, you've also got, we've gone through the Board of Health, the Water District, which is not typical, that we get that feedback as well in other towns, and yourself, and they actually did do a hydrologic assessment of what historically was a residential property. This is not, I think, one of the cleaner type of residential properties I've seen. And
I'm
so-
just saying, we need to decide
Yeah.
one way or another what we're
Okay.
gonna do with this
So-
project instead
Yeah.
of beating it to
Yeah,
death.
so.
Every meeting we beat it to
Well,
death.
we do have a motion. I'm sorry, I want to keep moving.
Okay, well, thank
There's
thank you
discussion
very
with the motion.
Yeah.
I'm having a
Okay.
discussion.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we put this thing to bed at some point in my lifetime.
Feeling healthy,
I'm
Bill?
done.
Totally
I-
agree.
All right, so
I'm with
you're,
you.
no more questions from me?
No more questions.
Thank you very
We have
much.
a motion, and it includes the continuing with allowing David to write up the order of conditions draft, and we'll review it the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Next one, notice of intent. This is continued from March 12th. Property possible, 10 Hildreth Street. And, hello, Brian.
Good evening. For the record, Brian Goodrow with Hancock Associates, along with David Cowell, our senior ecologist, also with Hancock. So very brief before I turn it over to David, we were kind of tasked with a couple of different things. One was to flag the vernal pool that was conducted this week. Dave can dive into what he saw out there and where the flags are. Additionally, my office, we hung flags and are locating the trees within kind of the buffer from the limit of work on lots 4 and 5 so that we could show that on the updated plan. We also conducted additional soil testing for the new location of the stormwater management system underneath the cul-de-sac. We did that on Friday. The results were witnessed by DPW. I had let David know that we were heading out there. And the results of that testing was consistent with all of our original testing from stormwater, from the septic systems in Title V, so there were no surprises. We will be revising the plan set to indicate those testing logs, but we're not materially changing the stormwater design. And then lastly, it was requested that we share the natural heritage habitat kind of restoration plan. We sent that to David as well last Friday, and Dave Cowell had kind of gone over that in some level of detail last hearing, but you didn't have the plan before you. Now you have the plan. So I will turn it over to David to kind of dive into those couple items.
Sure. Thank you, Brian. For the record, David Cowell, senior ecologist with Hancock Associates. To provide update, I did get out and I flagged the extent of the vernal pool habitat out there based on limit of standing water that would retain water for 6 to 8 weeks. The flags did at some points coincide with the bordering vegetated wetland flags, but at no point did I find any locations that were beyond the extent of what we had already flagged out there. Those flags, I imagine, are going to be picked up via survey and located sometime in the following week. As Brian implied, we had flagged the trees that would be proposed for removal. And I did provide an introduction to the where we stand with natural heritage. Is that natural heritage to this point has said that they were comfortable with our footprint of development. This goes back to the loss of that 6th lot, but one of their conditions that they have for us is that we need to provide them with the habitat enhancement and protection plan, which we have under review by them. I went over it in some detail at the last meeting, but you guys hadn't had privy to review it ahead of the meeting. I can go over it again with you guys tonight if you'd like me to go over the merits of that, if you have it available to pull up on screen.
Well, I'm confused. So there's another plan coming from Natural Heritage? Or
Not coming from Natural Heritage, coming from us to Natural Heritage.
Right. So shouldn't we just wait and look at that plan when it's available?
But, have you received anything in writing from Natural Heritage?
Yeah, we've received they're still in review of this plan, but they did affirm that, yes, you're at the point at which we would permit this if you gave us the restoration plan, turtle protection plan, which is standardized. We talked about that. It's premature to put that together now, but that's expected. That's routine of any of these projects.
Well, has that information in writing from Natural Heritage been given to the commission? I don't recall
Did
seeing
we
it.
have that via email from Lauren Glorioso?
Okay,
Yeah.
because I believe the regulations, the WP regulations say that the commission can't issue an approval until we receive something in writing from Natural Heritage approving
That's right.
the plan.
That's right.
So we haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
Any idea when we'll see it?
I don't know. I know that Natural Heritage has affirmed this to date. Natural Heritage is currently in review of the restoration plan that we had provided you, and we're waiting on that official finding from them.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes,
But no,
I mean,
you're right.
I mean, I find it a challenge, you know, you kindly showed us out on the site, and we've been looking at this for a long time. But I've been waiting for this natural heritage feedback for a long time.
Well, looks like we'll be waiting a while longer. So.
Well, that's, you know, we don't control that, but
Right, I know.
I don't know how much time we all want to spend until we see what's in writing.
So if I may, we are waiting for that approval letter, but we have submitted the plan that we submitted to Natural Heritage to this commission last Friday. So if there's any sort of discussion that the commission would like to have, any kind of additional mitigation, now is the time to do that.
Well,
while
no,
Oh,
it's still
no,
under
because, no,
review.
excuse me. We need to talk about this internally, but I can't do my job when I get the data, you know, 2 days, 3 days before this hearing. So we can't have that conversation. I can't have that conversation tonight. I haven't looked at it. And what happened, David, I don't know what happened. I sent you a note about this, but I think that plan you're referring to was emailed to this commission, like, I don't know, Friday night or Monday morning, but it was a link that didn't work.
Oh, it wasn't this plan that's up on the screen right now?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't see what was sent to me. I don't know if it was this plan.
Well, what I
from my
intended to
point of
send.
view, from my point of view, I don't have access to this plan. that was
Did
submitted on
anyone
Friday.
else have that problem? Certainly what I intended to send was the PDF of this plan.
Well, I understand that there was your email, I could show you after, but it, you know, I looked at it 3 times and gave you a call, but missed you. But,
Well,
anyway, my only
that's all.
point is, you're putting me in a bad spot as a commissioner in general to ask, give me 2 or 3 days as a volunteer to review a complicated plan. That's all I'm saying.
So,
I'm not seeing it either, David.
You're not seeing it either?
But, you know, I mean, you guys got to agree. You get something Friday afternoon, 3 days over the weekend to review a plan in our critical habitat.
Yes.
I agree with that.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this one.
So I just want to confirm, so the entire perimeter of the vernal pool has been delineated?
Yes, it has. Yeah,
Okay.
there is an opening where it hydrologically continues on to the abutting property well beyond the extent of what I felt comfortable delineating. There's a series of 17 flags that goes around full circle concentric. There is an opening between wetlands flags 114 and 115, which it's not a closed feature, that it does continue on to that property. Yeah.
And I want to, again, say again to the commission, because this is in the regulations, in the bylaw regulations, the commission is allowed to take into consideration cumulative impacts. So that means the upland habitat around the entire pool, around the entire delineated pool is going to have to be mapped as well, not just in the area that's being proposed for development. In my opinion, that's how I interpret the regulations.
Well, they say that, cumulative impacts.
Right.
Our bylaw.
Yes. Yes.
Can I ask
Bill? Yeah, Bill.
So you delineated the vernal pools. How far to those 2 houses? What's the buffer?
It's no different than the buffer zone that's shown on the plan now.
It's no closer?
It's no closer.
I went by there the other Sunday.
Yep.
All the trees that are with the yellow ribbon around, are those to come down?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
Yep, the orange.
Uh,
Yeah, orange.
The
or
orange,
yellow.
the orange tape?
Yeah, around the trees. So that is as the limit of work line is shown right now on the plan. Obviously, we've taken into consideration commentary from the commission, the public. We are looking to revise that limit of work line when we issue a new plan that shows the vernal pool flagging. So we'll be able to explain what it looks like. Where we had X number of trees being proposed to be cut currently, we'll be able to definitively say how many it is with the revised plan.
So Brian, with the vernal pool and the buffer upland buffer of that vernal pool, say it's 100-foot buffer, no disturbance, how does that affect those two houses?
So if it was 100 foot of no disturbance, we'd have to wholesale think both of those lots.
I'm sorry?
We would have to rethink both of those lots if that was 100-foot no disturbance.
But it is.
But it's correct. The local bylaw does not have 100-foot no disturbance extending around vernal pools. It maintains the 25-foot no disturb, 30-foot no impervious, 50-foot no build.
But the bylaw protects the upland habitat.
Well, that's my concern, is the habitat,
Mhm.
for for the species in there, that upland habitat. That's a concern that needs to be addressed.
But we first have to map it. We have to map the existing and proposed, and also, as I say, the existing around the entire perimeter of the pool.
Understood.
So,
And I would like to remind everybody that the existence of these vernal pools was not part of our couple first hearings. So this is, in my mind, a new issue. I mean, not today, but in the last, few weeks.
Insignificant.
And well, it's significant because of the natural heritage mapping
Exactly.
of endangered species, but
Yeah.
it's also our core habitat. It's that same thing we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And that is, we are directed by our town bylaw to consider, in fact, we have the authority to ask in our bylaw for a wildlife study of our own. So there's a fair amount to think about here.
David, do you have a recommendation?
Well, I think we need to see once the vernal pool delineation has been mapped and put on a plan. I need to go out and review that, and then we can. I think at that same time also review, or at least start to review the extent of the upland habitat. See if we can reach agreement on that, and then look at. It sounds like you're going to revise the location of the houses.
We're looking at
Units.
increasing the buffer.
Okay,
Correct.
so then again, we look at the existing upland habitat versus the loss, the proposed loss, and how that figures in to the cumulative loss around the whole perimeter of the vernal pool that's happened, over the years. I mean, again, in my interpretation is the bylaw gives the commission the authority to do that. So, if that's not understood, we can talk about that in more detail.
And not to make it complicated, but weren't some of the lawns proposed to be in the 50-foot no-build zone on the
Right.
wetland itself?
Right
So
now.
if you're rethinking the house, I throw that out there just so I don't surprise anybody with throwing that comment out there down the road. I don't want to drag this out.
No, but I think we need to get it right. And, it is a little complicated.
Were we waiting? I'm sorry, you guys.
Well, there was one other, I don't know if we're talking about the whole big picture. Somebody mentioned something to me I hadn't really thought about, is changing the hydrology of the site, affecting the vernal pool. And I don't know if you want to bring that up or not, but, there's a resident photo of some of these lots, as I understand it, being under a couple feet of water. And there's other testimony or comments from residents that when other development happened up above, it changed some of the water flowing through the site, and we know that can impact the vernal pool, and that's also protected.
That's a legitimate concern. In fact, I guess shouldn't be a problem with me saying that the next day after the last hearing, where the concern was raised about the change in hydrology to the vernal pool, the town engineer called me, said, that's absolutely correct. The hydrology of that vernal pool is going to be impacted. He told me that he would write that up in a letter, in correspondence. So you know, I think at this point, I probably would recommend to the commission that needs to be quantitatively analyzed. You know, how much is the hydrology going to be impacted? Now again, maybe there'll be some slight changes if the locations of the houses are going to be changed. But you know, I think that's a possibility.
Excuse me, Brian, it's probably a good time too, just to throw on the table. DPW does have to issue a land disturbance permit. Those regs have pages of things about stormwater and whatnot. And so, you know, I know that in your mind, Brian, it's probably a separate permitting process, but it relates to what we're trying to do here. So I think it's good if you're talking with the town engineer. Because again, I'm not trying to make this harder for the applicant.
Yeah, and I don't think, again, I don't think the town engineer is going to quantify anything. I think he's probably, I mean, we'll wait and see what the letter is, but I think he's going to say, yeah, the amount of surface water going into that pool is going to be reduced. And then I think we'll have to understand from you, Brian, is, you know, quantify that. How much is it being reduced? How is that going to affect the mean annual high water level and hydro period of the vernal pool?
Yeah, correct. So that information is in the stormwater report right now. You can see volumes and rates. It's just standard procedure. The only question that I had is, did DPW issue a letter? Because this is news to us. Nobody has communicated.
Not yet. Tony's out for a few days.
Yeah,
but
that's why he wasn't here tonight.
Right. But he did tell me that he would send a letter.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, the information is probably already there in some form, but it's going to have to be translated, as I say, into, you know, the impact of the mean the mean annual high water elevation of the vernal pool and the mean annual hydro period.
So I think the critical piece here is the return frequency of the storms, right? So we designed for 2, 10, 25, and 100, and you're talking about something that's a 1 year or less.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Under increased rainfall or under the existing numbers, you know?
So DPW requires NOAA 14 numbers.
Yeah.
Which are the increased.
Right, but I think we're seeing more than that. It may not be in the regs, but yeah, that's what's happening.
Well, I'll happy to let Brian choose which he wants to use, and it may be just, again, I may suggest that it be peer reviewed. You know, whatever results you come up with.
Okay, so Mark, yeah, go ahead.
Did you get any feedback from the Board of Health and or the Chelmsford Water District?
Not to my knowledge, not yet. No, that's
Aren't
still
you doing
all
a phase
in
one?
process. Are we?
Didn't the
Have
Board
we
of Health
done?
ask-
Have we done a phase one? We've not.
I thought the Board of Health was going to have you do a phase one study.
So they sent a letter to the planning board indicating that they would require it, but Board of Health has not communicated that to us, nor have we had a public hearing on it yet.
Okay.
So it's in process. We're working
Okay.
through it.
Could I suggest, David, in your spare time, we also chat a little bit, so we don't make it any more difficult for everybody in the room?
Yeah.
Sure.
The sequence here is a little weird. It just really hit me. All of these hearings. It's very, you know, there's a theme. There's a theme.
Yep.
Okay. So, do we know what we have for, I presume, yeah, I presume we're going to continue this, but is there anybody in the audience that wants to come up? A couple of people, yeah? Hello?
Hi, Ruth Luna, 10 Carter Drive. So I just wanted to add on to that as far as the talk about impacting on the habitat. So yes, there's a 100-foot buffer zone. There's nothing that says that you can automatically do what you want in the 50 to 100 feet. It says that has a potential for impacting a wetland, so you need to look at what's being done there. And as the commission earlier dealt with the vernal pool situation, you were looking very seriously at impact well into that 100-foot buffer zone. So this site has multiple pools as well as that one that would have species for vernal pools. And so it's important to consider in that habitat area that those trees, they both, the leaf litter that they're providing is both habitat for them throughout the year, but that also is sort of like the foundation of the food source in that vernal pool itself, and that's like the bottom layer, and that everything builds off of that. And it is an accepted statement that when you impact the surrounding forest to a vernal pool, you could so impact that pool area that you could basically wipe out the species that are there. They have a set pattern, and that's what they know, and that's what they do. And then my other would be to go along with the question about cumulative or incremental activities. If you look at the aerial photos that are on the town GIS, I sent links for a few of those. If you compare the 2011-2012 to the 2021, you'll notice a significant, that one I thought really stood out in comparison, that something has changed on that site. I don't know your files as to has someone been to you for permission, but it looks like activity both in the buffer zone, to the BVW, and in the BLSF. And then if you look from 2019 to 2021, there's a building that's been put in BLSF. So presumably that's displacing floodwater. So those are questions that there's already been things being done out there as far as vegetation removal, and what has that impact been, so that yes, you do need to look at more than just what's proposed here. By the bylaws, you should be looking at what's been happening all along, and you may want to also consider, are there things that were done before that need to be undone? And when you talk about replicating or fixing something, that usually you look at what's there in 2 years. Well, obviously, if you take out trees 2 years later, you're not going to have a mature tree in its place. So it's not something that lends to replicating in that way. So, thanks.
Thank you, Ruth.
Carl, if I could just add, I mean, my understanding is, yeah, there's these 100-foot and 50-foot and all these hard numbers that we love because they're easy. But our bylaw also requires us to consider the habitat value, and that's kind of, I think, what you're saying, Ruth, is those upland trees that were cut in the past were part of the critical habitat that supports the vernal pool. And, you know, not a lawyer, but I believe our bylaw specifically says we're supposed to
No, it's right
look at
there.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
Right in our
crystal
bylaw,
clear.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Wood from 16 Hildreth Street, so thank you for letting me speak tonight. I had sent a letter to the commission, and I did so to bring forward some conflicting statements by David Cowell, the wetland scientist and wildlife senior biologist for Hancock Associates, in regard to the vernal pools adjacent to 10 Hildreth Street. During the Conservation Commission meeting that was on September 12th of 2023, David Cowell stated that there were no vernal pools found while doing the wildlife habitat study. Commission member David Kuntz asked if they looked at whether there were any vernal pools, and David Cowell responded, and the following answer is a quote: "There was no standing water that could have the capacity to retain water for 6 to 8 weeks that would allow vernal pool invertebrates and amphibians to complete their life cycle. I did not see any vernal pool habitat." So in contrast to that statement, and during the last conservation meeting on March 26, 2024, David Cowell was in agreement that there may be vernal pools. David Cowell went on to list his many qualifications, and he has in regard to his being a wildlife biologist. Although his extensive list was impressive, the fact that his original impressions of there not being any vernal pools brings forward a concern of unreliability in his judgment of the past, and certainly for going forward. I would like to suggest that the Chelmsford Conservation Commission utilize peer reviews to ensure that the outcome of all the studies are without bias, And with this lens, I would like to also suggest that the commission use their authority to order a full wildlife habitat study for this area as well. And thank you for continuing to support preserving Chelmsford. If you would like to find that meeting, we have it listed in the letter, like the time and the exact moment. I have a signed copy if you would like that, or is it, does it suffice?
Give it to our agent, but I think we have the email, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Paul Wood, 16 Hiller Street. Just a little clarification. I know there's some confusion in those pictures I gave. They were actually Nate's house at 4 Hildreth Street, of all that water. Well, I guess what I was trying to show potential. Nate can say, but when he moved in, he couldn't see the house that was originally there. They stripped the land, regraded it. Now he's flooded. It's an awful situation. That's my concern. Is they 4 and 5 very similar houses they want to put up next to him. The bands are red, by the way, around the tree, not yellow and all. And when you see how close they come down to the pools, once you strip all that land, that's going to rush water right down into those vernal pools and wash all the debris into them. It's just going to wipe them out. They'd have to build like a structure like Nate has at 10,000. His is only a few feet long. So I just wanted to clarify that point on that. Those pictures weren't from lot 4. They're from his house at number 4. But just showing you what the potential could happen. Very similar situation. And it's doubled. So, okay. And then I'm on the other side. It's going to wash into my yard and all those other concerns. So, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, one more.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, Linda Carney at 17 Hildreth and 19 Plum. And I just want to say that Justin Johnson, who owns the back lot, who's not here tonight, did submit pictures of the property at Lot 4 and Lot 5 underwater. And he just sent those in this past week.
Pictures or a video?
A video.
There was both.
There was both.
There's a hyperlink for pictures, and then there was an attachment video.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
but that
I
is
remember
the
seeing it.
actual
Yep. Okay.
10 Hildreth Street, not to be confused with number 4 Hildreth.
10 Hildreth, but what we're calling lots 4 and 5 on 10
Correct.
Hildreth. Got it.
Just for clarification's sake, because they were both Lot 4 and 5 were underwater. And
Okay.
he videoed them and sent you that hyperlink of pictures. So if you haven't seen those are of the actual property at 10 Hildreth Street.
Okay.
So if I can state the obvious, the neighbor's experience with that flooding is going to create a flooding problem
It already
for a
has.
house that would be built there. I mean, that's what you're saying,
Correct.
but, right? Yeah.
Correct. That water's just going to rush right into the basements for the
Right.
2 duplexes, third house down beyond 10 Hildreth. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're getting late here. And we still have quite a few things on our agenda. So what do we have in front of us here on 10 Hildreth?
So I think we need to we need to continue it pending the preparation of the vernal pool delineation plan and me going out and reviewing that on site.
Okay.
With the applicant's representatives, and then essentially needing the same thing for the upland habitat to be delineated.
Okay.
So hopefully we can sort of tackle that at the same time.
Okay.
I move that we continue, Mr. Chairman, to our next meeting of the 23rd, April 23rd.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Chris, second by Bill. Any further discussion? All in
Aye.
favor, aye. Motion passes. 10 Hildreth, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Hey, Carl, any way maybe we can take these guys earlier in the night next time?
Perhaps.
Do what?
Take them earlier in the night?
Yeah.
I mean, they're a large group.
A lot of folks
Hung
here.
in till 10, after 10.
Yeah, David, let's look into that.
Okay.
It's a lot of town folks. So, next one, This one is a request for amended order of conditions continued from this week. This has been since November 14th, 2023. Is that right? That's the last time we've heard this. This is 270 Billerica Road. Who's representing the applicant?
All of us.
All of us. See familiar faces, so.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Douglas DeShane from Finneran and Nicholson, representing DH Property Holdings. I'd like to introduce the team that we do have this evening. Michael Bennett, who's the Head Development Director of DH Property Holdings. Ed Weigel from Rowe Associates, our LSP. And lastly, Casey Ferreira from Howard Stein Hudson. Yes, this has been a long process.
Normie.
We have been working with the town, the planning board, the Board of Health, the DPW, the Conservation Commission, and everyone else that will hear us or work with us with respect to this site. As you know, we are before you for a modification to the order of conditions to address a change in the drainage design. As you are well aware, in dealing with PFAS issues on the site, we have had to radically redesign the drainage system, stormwater system. So as I understand, we did just receive last week a comment letter from your peer review consultant, Beta. And so at this point, I'd like Casey and then Ed will come up and discuss the results of that peer review and our response thereto.
I'm just curious, David, do you know if Phil or if Beta is on this call?
They
were earlier.
Yes, I expected both of them. Are they?
Okay.
Phil?
Phil
Rob,
or
are you
Rob?
here? I guess not.
Rob Smith here from Beta, and we've got Stephen Borgatti as well.
Oh.
Yeah, hello, this is Stephen Borgatti here from Beta.
Hello, thank
Thank
you.
you.
I just want to make a point, though, that, we did get the RAM plan, but we did just kind of get it late in the week again, similar to an
Well,
earlier.
during the weekend.
During the weekend, yeah, similar,
yes.
yeah, so we're
Submitted
not.
a long time ago.
What's that?
That was submitted originally a long time ago, a month or so at least.
What was submitted?
The RAM plan. was-
No, he's talking about Beta's
Beta.
peer review letter.
Oh, okay.
Beta
okay,
peer
okay.
review.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. So I guess what I wanted to do was, Peter and Carl probably are pretty inept on what we talked about over the past few months, but I kind of wanted to give an overview of what the drainage changes were. Just to rewind a little bit, the amendment came from reducing the site elevation. This was to kind of balance cut fill a little bit. In the past 8-9 months or so, we've kind of incurred a lot of changes even since then. I think the big change that we have done in the past, since November, the last time we saw you, was removing the infiltration from the site. That was one thing that was brought up and agreed upon during our deliberations in the working group, was to remove that infiltration. So just to kind of describe what these changes are, I want to remind the group that we are a reduction in impervious, which allows us to develop under redevelopment status. And in losing the infiltration, really what we've lost is phosphorus treatment. We can do without the infiltration and still meet stormwater standards, but the local regs require phosphorus treatment, and that was what that infiltration was gaining us. So in turn, what we have to do is add proprietary systems that will treat that phosphorus to allow us to continue to meet the local stormwater regulations. We are maintaining, for phosphorus treatment, we are maintaining the focal point that we've had from the beginning of the project, but that is treating that left-hand side of the project, which is that employee parking, kind of that main entrance of the building on the left-hand side. Where we've lost our impervious treatment is mostly on that right-hand side of the building with the loading bays and then the excess parking that goes around the perimeter of the site. In place of that infiltration, what we've done is all those catch basins we fitted with what is called a Fabco storm basin, which is an insert to the rim of the structure. It holds a cartridge which treats for different. You can either get a nutrient cartridge, a suspended solids cartridge, Since we need phosphorus removal, what we're doing is we're adding in the nutrients cartridges sized per the runoff to each catch basin, and what that does is it provides 60% phosphorus removal for each catch basin, and all the sizing calculations are provided in the supplemental data report. For the roof runoff, we've also lost that infiltration treatment, so we've added proprietary subsurface structures that the roof drains will tie into, be treated through basically a box of, they're essentially just more of those filters, but all in a box. They'll be treated fully for phosphorus, sized adequately, calculations in the supplemental data report. All of that now, instead of going to an infiltration device, is being piped out and discharged basically through a flared end section to its previous outlet point, which is along that where we have the riprap hill down to the resource areas. We still meet all of the total suspended solids requirements. Again, since we're a redevelopment, the local bylaw says we have to meet 80% total suspended solids. We're at 87%. Total phosphorus, again, the focal point gets 76%. And I don't recall if this commission, I don't believe we had this document the last time this commission heard this project, but in the recent months, the EPA has actually issued a directive regarding focal points and said if you meet these criteria, you get this much treatment for phosphorus. That's EPA Boston specifically. So we list out in our supplemental data report those requirements, meeting those requirements, and how that results in that focal point getting 76% removal. I do want to add that all of the catch basins within the loading docks are fitted with an oil boom as well as a backup. So in addition to having those nutrient cartridges, it also has an oil boom to protect against any potential spills from the trucks. As previously mentioned, we did get a peer review back with comments. All of those comments are acceptable to us, and we will address and revise as necessary. They are minor in nature, so we are comfortable with saying that we can address each of them with.
You're talking about just the stormwater.
The stormwater comments. And with that, should we just move on through the environmental presentation, or do we want to talk stormwater?
Stop here for a moment and see if we have stormwater questions. David, do you have anything you want to add?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Anyone else? Stormwater?
Let's figure this out. You were saying you reached 76%?
On the focal point.
I'm sorry?
On the focal point, phosphorus removal.
Right. Why are you treating the roof runoff? Does that give you the 76%?
No, so the roof runoff doesn't go to the focal point at all. The roof runoff goes through a proprietary system. The roof runoff is required to be treated for phosphorus only, not total suspended solids, and that's per the local stormwater regulations.
I wasn't aware we required roof water.
Just for phosphorus. That's the phosphorus requirements.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Bill, anything?
No.
Peter?
Casey, let's not spend time on this, but you know what I'm going to say about the O&M plan, if you guys are willing to incorporate what we've learned on some of the other projects. That would make our job easier to move this forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
John?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's move on to
environmental.
Environmental. Thank you, Casey.
Hi, Ed Weigel, LSP for Rue Associates. And, again, just sort of recapping a little bit about, where we've been. Last year we pulled together a working group where we worked with Beta to come up with a sampling plan to help sort of inform us about, how we were going to manage soil and groundwater during construction of the proposed facility. And, out of that working group, we, implemented a pretty rigorous soil sampling program, a program that the peer reviewer felt was adequate, to address the concerns that were raised by the commission here. And all that information was provided. I don't think we had any negative comments from any of that. The other thing that I just wanted to bring up, of course, was the DEP did call us and say, hey, we'd like to see some more information. So, in response to that, we sent them the information that we had collected as part of the working group process. We provided that, and we provided a letter to you folks, indicating our transmittal. DEP also asked us to perform another round of groundwater sampling, which we did, and we also provided that. And again, the data that we collected as part of the working group process and DEP's request, in our opinion, continues to support, the statements that we've made previously that the site can be redeveloped in a safe and appropriate manner through the implementation of appropriate soil and groundwater management. So we have developed a RAM plan with a soil and groundwater management plan, that we've presented and has been reviewed by Beta. I also wanted to say that as part of DEP's request out here, we provided them additional groundwater data, and on that basis, DEP has asked one of the upgrading abutters to do their own investigation. We don't really know what the status of that is yet. I took a look online on DEP today. There's no new information to indicate, that the upgrading abutter there is cooperating or not cooperating, so we don't really know the status of that yet. And I think, this is a good time to also sort of point out, the way that the DEP operates, which is, their job is to point out work that is inadequate and ask for more. DEP, in my experience, rarely, if ever, will issue a determination that says, okay, we like what you did, we're happy. I mean, I've been a waste site cleaner professional for 30 years, and, I haven't seen anything like that been issued from the department on a specific project. Generally, the way DEP works is they leave that up to LSPs and developers, working together to come up with appropriate measures at sites. And to the extent that they disagree with those measures, they let us know. To the extent that they agree, they go look at somebody else. So that having been said, we took a look at Beta's comments relative to the soil and groundwater management plan, and we don't really think that there's a lot of substantial comments there. I mean, they would like to see a little more information, and I think that's something that we can provide. Certainly with respect to how we're going to design the groundwater treatment system. That's pretty standard. We know that the groundwater that we would need to treat as part of installing different structures or foundations has a certain concentration that we can assume. We can assume how much water we're going to run through it. The carbon vendors provide isotherms for how much removal efficiency there is. So sizing a carbon treatment system is not particularly complicated. And in addition to that, the treatment system that would be sized, it comes with a primary vessel, which is appropriately sized for the duration of the project, and it also comes with a secondary vessel, which is the same size, which the water is then run through again. So there's two treatments whenever we do carbon treatment of groundwater. So that having been said, we don't think that there's significant or serious comments with respect to some of the construction aspects of the management of the groundwater, because treating water is pretty straightforward, and the amount of water that we think we're going to need to treat isn't really all that great, because the excavations that we'll be doing that are going to go into water are generally small and temporary. Beta did have some comments with respect to whether we're going to recharge up gradient or down gradient and some of the requirements and the regulations with respect to that. We are going to propose to put the water right back into the hole from where it came. So therefore, my interpretation of the regulations is that there are no additional requirements if that's what you're doing. If you're pumping water out of a ground so that you can put gravel and a structure in, once that structure is set, the water, once it's been treated and gone through the carbon, and we've done the compliance testing to show that the treatment system works, we can put that water right back into the hole out of which it came. That's really the best place for it. That has the least impact on hydrologic conditions because we're basically taking the water out, running it through carbon, and putting it back in from where it was extracted. So that having been said, we feel that construction of this project can proceed safely and in accordance with the state requirements, the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, under DEP's regulations, safely and effectively without further impacting or exacerbating conditions at the site.
Okay, so appreciate that, Ed. We have, as I said, we've only seen the peer review in the last couple of days, so we haven't had a chance to read through it. I'm pretty sure you haven't looked at it, David. Is that right?
No, I have not. I know it's late. I don't know whether you want to ask Rob to sort of summarize his comments or.
Could I make a suggestion, given the hour?
Yeah.
I did read through it to the extent I'm not an LSP. And Rob, you're still on the phone on with us?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Sorry it's so late. I think we're all sorry. We're all sorry it's so late, aren't we? I was going to offer a simple suggestion to the commission. If my view is simple. Rob did a very thorough review. I only had one question at this point. If Ed, you and Mike and team, the question is, do you agree with what he's asking you to do? And from our commission's point of view, we've got now 2 LSPs reviewing the thing. If those two agree, I mean, that's kind of the spirit of all the separate meetings we had. And not to put you on the spot, Rob, you don't have to answer the question now, but my thought was, Ed, for you to have a chance to go, I think you already gone through the comments, but figure out if there's any sticking points, and we could do that now if you all want to, or do it separately
I think
with
we
an
should.
email.
I think we should do the typical processes. We got to have Rue submit a written response to Beta's comments. I mean,
Yeah.
it's being done by Casey on the
And
stormwater
tell
management.
us how they're modifying it.
That's standard procedure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I did have one question, though, Rob, while I have you, that I'd like to ask you and Ed. The current RAM plan, with your modifications that you suggested, Rob, are we asking the applicant to sample all soil that's excavated to make sure they're not running into PFAS soil and putting it somewhere inappropriate? Or are we only going to be asking in the RAM plan to take a look at the septic area? In
The
your
RAM plan really
professional,
only-
yeah, in your opinion, what would be the right way to do this, Rob?
Right, so the RAM plan, there's no soil sampling actually specified in the plan. It's basically, it focuses on areas of known PFAS contamination in soil where construction is being conducted.
So we're back to that whole question, was the site adequately characterized or is there a risk? And Ed, you should respond, but my read of what's in the DEP file and my communication with them is they're not in agreement that we've identified where the contaminated soil is or is not on the site. So my logic is, are we at risk of digging up contaminated soil without knowing it? And should this RAM plan require some sort of PFAS sampling? Or does the commission want to go with that risk that we may be digging up stuff that's not being sampled? And to figure out if it's a hazard. Do I have that right, Rob? That's kind of the question before us, or would you say that differently?
I think it's a good question. I mean, I think that's a good question for Ed to address. I'd like to hear his response.
Yeah, so as part of the work that we did out here, we collected a lot of soil samples. I think there were 24 soil samples that we analyzed for PFAS, and I think 3 of them had concentrations that exceed DEP standards. And we looked in what the working group and Rob and I talked about and agreed upon a sampling plan. And we looked at what we thought were appropriate and representative locations to look at. And I think what the data are telling us in total is that there's very little PFAS impacted soil out here. Most of the soil is not impacted. That having been said, we have already proposed to manage the soil that we take out from the water table area where we did find our impacts, as if it were all impacted.
Right, primarily, primarily in the septic area.
And we were going to basically manage the soil as if it were all impacted. We would stockpile it separately, and then we would analyze it. Once we have, the material that we've determined or decided that is not appropriate for reuse on the site.
Right, but the idea of stockpile and sampling was only soil removed in the part of the site where the old septic was, or the whole site?
The entire site, wherever
I
we...
misread that then.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was my only real question.
That's good.
And I don't have an answer of what the right approach is, mind you. I'm not trying to drive this in one direction. But Rob, does that make sense to you if all the soil that's excavated is stockpiled? And I know there's DEP rules about that.
Well,
right?
again, it's not all the soil.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I asked you if it was just the septic area, and you said all the soil.
All the soil in the horizon where our sampling is,
all right,
which is basically in that in that lower vadose zone in the capillary fringe. That's basically where we're finding this. We're not finding it anywhere else.
I wish I was a geologist. I would have caught that. Thank you. So Rob, at some point, and it doesn't have to be now, but I think we'll be asking you if that makes sense to you. So in terms of a process, we can keep discussing it if y'all want, but I would be happy if Ed, you did what I think we suggested, respond to the comments, and if you don't like something, tell us why, and then just have a final, I don't know, something, so we don't drag this out.
Yeah.
Does that make
I
sense?
think that's the right approach.
And I think, one other thing that we should add here is that, we've offered to have a third-party review during construction, if folks felt that was going to be beneficial to the process.
Yeah. And again, I just want to say this. I don't think any of us at this table are in a position to really assess the risks, so we appreciate Rob's help.
Yep.
And your guys' help.
Not our job.
It's not, but it is our job to protect the groundwater, so
No,
there's
but-
the conflict we have, the challenge. Rob, did you want to add anything further? I mean, I know you made a ton of thoughtful comments, and thank you for that. I think if the applicant follows your recommendations, from what I can tell, I'd be comfortable and we'd have a stronger plan. It does have to be submitted to DEP, by the way, right, Ed?
Correct.
And they have 21 days to either, I think, right, to either comment, or if they don't comment because they're too busy, it's presumed to be approved.
It's presumed approved upon receipt.
Yeah, and it has not been submitted, right?
Correct. We wouldn't submit this until we were ready to actually undertake earthwork.
Yeah, so I think our agreement was that you'd submit it to the town and DEP at the same time. So we avoid a case where DEP moves faster, and then everyone has 21 days to respond.
Sorry, Michael Bennett, DH Property Holdings. For those that haven't met me, it's nice to see some of you again. So there was a letter that we addressed, I believe, to the commission, to David, and also the planning board, to Evan, where we essentially said, one, that we'd do the third-party testing of the soil as it's being excavated and replaced, and that any communication with the DEP going forward, that we'd be providing that. As it happens, when we submit anything to the DEP, you'd get a copy. Obviously, that copy, we want it to be final from kind of your perspective as we submit it to the DEP, not everybody making comments at the same time.
Well, that must acknowledge that's torture for everybody.
But to your point, Peter, that we would provide that when each of those submissions is made. That's been our commitment.
Appreciate that.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, Peter started to ask if you had a comment, anything to add. Let's see if you have anything more.
Yeah, just, I mean, I think, Peter, to address your question as far as, I think, unknown contaminants, that was one of the ideas that Ed and I had worked out in sort of coming up with the conservative RAM plan. So I think the comment that I had, which would help address that, was really the erosion controls. I think just showing that. And we do note for the rest of the project, there is a robust plan in place. And I think those controls really would help as far as, mitigating any, if there was some unknown contaminants, that getting into stormwater, into wetlands. So.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, no, it
All right.
sounds good to me.
So I think we're continuing because we want to be able to review the beta report ourselves.
Right, and get the responses
Yeah,
from the applicant side.
Ed to provide the response.
Well, Ed and Casey, yes.
Yeah. And we have a member of the public who would like to speak, a frequent flyer.
Hi, Ruth Luna, 10 Carter Drive. I haven't read the beta thing, so I'll not comment on that part for now. But I did have, I started going through the stormwater report, and I did have a few questions on that as far as, I had earlier sent to you a letter, I think in December, asking if you wanted to consider having monitoring wells at the points of where the stormwater discharges toward the wetlands, and cited there as far as where, if you had any concern on that, to be sure of what there is. I have that explained more in there. I had some questions as far as seeing their, where they had the large infiltration on the one side, that it, now they're using a nutrient filter lining a catch basin. And so I wasn't quite sure on that as far as, for example, a catch basin, it gives you 25% TSS removal, but that's when it's being used as pretreatment. But if you look at their treatment train, it's the final thing on it, so I don't quite know how that should be interpreted. You as a commissioner, you're not to be designing a project. I had earlier on, I'm glad to hear that they've cited EPA as far as saying that the phosphorus level removal is good on the focal point. Because I had cited the EPA early on saying that they said you shouldn't be infiltrating on contamination. And I had at that time written, I don't know why they just didn't go to focal points throughout. But so I would like to know that. I noticed that they don't identify themselves as a LUPL. And so if that's the case, then I would want to be sure that you condition it such that everything that can't happen if it's a LUPL, that you make sure that it's conditioned accordingly, that it can't function as a LUPL if they're presenting as not being a LUPL. And I can give you a list if that helps. But I wasn't sure about the maintenance too that they provided. I started looking at the nutrient filter, and what they were proposing for maintenance wasn't corresponding to what I was seeing. But they basically said that, what was their language? I'm sorry. I thought I had it. Oh, well, what they had, it's in my letter, but the language they were using for did not correspond with what I was finding. And I just think that you want to be careful what you're doing throughout the site in that sense.
Ruth, just to be clear, early in your comments, you mentioned a letter from December, but are you also referring to a more recent?
I sent a letter tonight before I came in here, so yeah.
Just trying to make sure we're not chasing something from.
I can resend actually, I copied that paragraph into this one.
Okay, then
yeah.
we're good. Okay.
So I'll forward that to Casey for his response as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, so I'll ask David if you want to summarize, or do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to address one of her comments, or actually a couple. The monitoring at the discharges, I thought we talked with the working group. With that EPA certification, I thought that kind of went by the wayside with the fact that we now have a certified kind of approval from EPA that stated what it would get for phosphorus. I know before that we were questioning how do we make sure what it would get, but with that EPA.
My personal concern, because I think I first threw that on the table at one of our work sessions, and you might think about this, because this might end up in a permit condition somehow, and we'd like to avoid surprises. We're looking for some assurance that the stormwater system isn't drawing PFAS from the groundwater through leaks, if you will, in the piping, and putting it directly into the wetland, because the filtration isn't going to remove PFAS. And that was at least my concern more than the phosphorus. But I think you're right, the phosphorus question seems answered.
You know, there is standard practices on how to install piping and how to install all drainage structures. So all of these are going to be followed as part of this construction. So whether or not groundwater leaches through them, over time groundwater may or may not, but the standard practice of how you install them is going to be followed, and we have already offered that as far as the lining of the system itself goes, the Conservation Commission is more than welcome to witness that lining if that is deemed, you know, what would be appropriate, or we can have a third party witness that install, because I know ripping the liner was of a previous concern. And also, it's important to note that the manufacturer has to be there while it's being installed. So the manufacturer will also make note if there's a rip or something wrong with the system prior to its installation. That would affect ultimately the treatment or the correspondence of the water through it. Secondly, the only other thing I did want to address was the TSS removal treatment train that she commented. That was also a letter in the beta peer review. We will address that. Yes, we will remove the 25%. It removes the total from 87 point something to 86 point something, but we still meet the 80% required. So we will address that in the next supplemental data report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, summary, I don't know if you can.
Well, I think we need, I guess, very much sort of the same situation as I need to go back and review the revised plans. Although I know we've had those for a while, but in particular, I want to just review the the additional focal points or whatever. I mean, if I have a couple of questions, I can communicate those privately with Casey. But I do think that is a question that or an issue about sampling, some kind of sampling or monitoring wells, that the commission should think about, since that has been raised. I don't know at this point whether I'm prepared to make a recommendation on that, but I think it's worth thinking about.
If you put that on your list to think about and make a recommendation for our next meeting, next hearing, or for this, assuming this is at the next meeting, or.
But I think in the meantime, it's a matter of getting the responses to betas.
Yep.
Peer review.
Yep. Which Ed and Casey are working that, and we'll in the meantime, some of us will get to review it. I haven't looked at it yet.
Right. But there's a desire to close the hearing, maybe not tonight, but if there's some remaining issue on sampling or a monitoring well, couldn't that be put into the draft permit after the hearing's closed?
Yeah,
we got that
sure.
window.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was at. I mean, I think we're really close to closing the hearing. We've got to have a little bit of time to look at that beta, which just came in, but I think we should be in good position when we come back next time to be able to close the public hearing.
I think we need to.
Yep.
Move ahead.
Exactly.
Will we be at a point where we could vote next time, or would that be at the following meeting?
Well, I guess the question is going to be kind of what, are there any special conditions that are needed? I mean, if it's not too complicated on the conditions side, we might be able to close the hearing and then take a vote on order of conditions.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple of questions. Casey, I think you committed to taking a fresh look at the O&M plan, kind of like what we talked about hours ago, and we ought to look at that. So I don't.
Drill.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not entirely sure about the sequence of closing versus draft permit conditions.
I think that's manageable. honestly. I mean, we had a good dialogue earlier about that input, so, you know, it should be doable.
Yeah.
I was just going to offer up that, I've spoken with Ed, and both of us are in agreement that there's nothing in the beta letters that we would be rejecting or fighting back against. So with that in mind, if we could draft an order for review at the next meeting, and that way if there are special conditions that you want to add, you'll have a draft order in front of you to review and add those special conditions too.
Yeah, does that work, David?
He's a little.
So you don't have, you're running out of time.
Unfortunately,
Three
there's only one David Coons at the moment here.
There's three draft orders. We've got 4 new filings in for next week. Next time, I think they're all RDAs, but still, I mean, there's.
I know.
We gotta get through some of this stuff.
Awful.
before
Yeah,
we get the new ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Seriously,
I mean, I think a lot of it depends. Are you comfortable with the new design, the new stormwater design, and the SMP and RAM plans? How the groundwater is going to be handled. If it's true that on the applicant side they're in agreement with Beta's peer review, then I think we're close. We're very close.
Okay.
I mean,
We're relying on Beta to guide us.
yes. I
We're
mean,
we're not the ones that are going to decide whether it's
Right.
work or not. We're going to go to Beta. And
Right.
if Beta's happy with
right.
it, we want to move on.
So let's try to put some boundaries on this. I have an opinion, personal, I'll share, is, I think I said it earlier, I mean, if the applicant is comfortable with the Beta comments, I don't personally have a whole lot more to say other than that question on the O&M plan that we're sort of moving ahead, but.
Isn't that complicated, doing the carbon with the PFAS?
Which part of it are?
Getting the
Dewatering?
PFAS?
The dewatering?
Not really.
That's
Well,
a
it's
dewatering.
carbon balls that have to be changed regularly.
Well, they do, but there's a whole process, and I think Rob made some comments about that. You're right, but it's kind of standard. And if you stop and think about it, this is one thing crazy about some of these environmental rules, I will say. You're taking dirty water out, asking them to treat it, and put it back in a hole that presumably has dirty water in it.
Right.
Right.
So, to me, that treatment system needs to be designed and run right, but you see
Yeah,
this at other projects, it's like,
It's not for us to decide that. We just.
none of these rules are
Yeah,
perfect,
it's-
right?
Okay. All right. So
not building.
I
So
think
Carl,
we're
make a motion, we continue to the next meeting, April 23rd. And I know I'm personally will be ready to make a motion to close the hearing after our discussion that night.
Can we put this in an order, like who's first at the next meeting?
out of all these hearings.
Yeah, out of all these hearings,
Yeah, I mean, we
who
can-
was here first?
We can talk about that. I'll talk with David about
Oh, who's been waiting the longest?
Who's been waiting?
I like that.
We'll talk, well.
You guys, right?
Yes.
I do.
I mean, if we're
But on the other hand,
close,
we had a big public attendance too,
Yeah.
so.
I mean,
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
That's a good
seriously,
idea.
these guys were here to the bitter end tonight, so I think
Yep,
that's
so-
worthy of.
I mean,
It would certainly make it easier for me if these guys were made the highest priority.
Exactly.
Yep, okay. So,
Right.
motion from Chris,
Right.
comment from John, well taken, good point.
Good point.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, John. Good point.
Any second on Chris's motion?
Second.
Second from Bill. Motion to continue to April 23rd, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, motion passes, we'll see you on the 23rd.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
I
Right.
appreciate it,
Thank you.
Rob, and I
There is
forget
lights
the
in
other
the tunnel.
person, the Beta
Good night,
folks.
Beta.
Say good
Wherever
night,
you
Beta.
are.
Good night.
where's Beta?
Stephen, that was it, Stephen Bugatti, thank
We
you
can go
very
right
much.
through these discussion items real quick, right?
Yep, let's
Yeah,
keep
these
moving,
shouldn't be-
let's keep moving real fast, I think we can hammer through here. So, that is the end of our, well, more or less the end of our jurisdictional regulatory, but we do have a certificate of compliance. So this is Central Square, 28 Central Square,
This
2001.
Yes, and so here's for the here are photos that were submitted for that notice of intent
2001.
in 2001. I don't know exactly where these were taken from, what they're viewing. I don't know, like this one in the upper right, is if that's the back of the building, and then this is this, another.
Is that the
view
cleaners,
down-
Dave?
What's that?
Is that the cleaners?
Yes.
Air cleaners?
Yes.
It's pulling out an old septic tank or
Right,
cesspool.
right.
I went down there, it looks nothing like that now.
It doesn't. It
we
looks
went down there
nothing
too.
like this.
There's tires everywhere.
Yep. There's all sorts of junk now. Now, I have been in communication with one of the trustees and their attorney, who's Jim Harrington, who says that the property is very, very small, that the building occupies probably 95% of it. The trustee did give me his thinking or his guess as to where these photos were taken from. I mean, if most of this area is outside of the property, then I guess, the commission would have no issue with these applicants. But like it doesn't even say where is the cesspool.
So what is it that the certificate of compliance is certifying?
They put an addition on the back of the building. In that corner.
And in the process of putting it on, they removed a cesspool that was somewhere in that space.
I guess so. The notice of intent didn't talk about an addition to the building. It was just to decommission an old cesspool.
Maybe it was a sequence thing or something. And so what is it that we're signing, that we're certifying? I mean,
Well, I mean, in theory, it's just whether the cesspool work was done in compliance, which it probably was, but I think as a general rule, I've always approached these but if you see something else really egregiously wrong,
okay.
that maybe, the commission can
But
not issue this.
if the property isn't necessarily even their property.
Right,
then
right, I agree, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Yeah, I'm a little
Is there
bit
like a closing imminent or something? for this?
Yes, this is for sale of the property. I mean, the commission could, I think I'm well on my way to understanding, where, in these views, what is the property and what isn't. In this one right here, that probably, all of that back there is probably not on the property. But I think I can probably resolve that by the next meeting. So the commission could vote to approve it conditionally
good.
tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have any paperwork to sign, but I can send an email asking members to come in and sign it.
Sure.
As soon as I'm comfortable that
that works.
the
All
right
right,
thing
I
to
move
do.
that we conditionally approve.
Second.
Motion by Chris, second by Bill, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much, motion passes. Next one on the list is, Chris, you'd asked about providing an update on the
Yeah,
Mass
just,
Lowell West Campus.
255, Princeton Street. I know Billy and I have been by multiple times. I don't know if you other guys have. I mean, that was a huge project that was approved, hundreds of units going in there. It's a big operation. They really kicked off the construction project now. When you drive by Princeton Street, you can see there's all types of water, that's just flowed down off the site into where there was a pond down by the street. And it's really overflowing the banks of that pond and almost coming on the street now. It'd be good to
removing trees causes that?
Well, it's a perfect case study of what happens when you remove trees, so.
Is it silty water?
I didn't get close
No,
enough.
I didn't see that. But
I didn't see it, but it definitely something, given the scope of the project. This was a big one with the town meeting. It, was voted in a couple of years ago, but it's great for, I think, if you got quite the docket of stuff going on. But it would be a good one for you to drive by, kind of take a look at it, maybe take the order of conditions with you and just see. It might all be in full compliance, but it's just a good one, I think. to
Well,
take
the DPW is supposed to be doing regular inspections of that project. It's Jack Branson at DPW. I will touch base with him on that. I think he's supposed to be doing it like once a week.
Yep.
So I will just double check with him that everything is in compliance. One thing that I know is not in compliance, and they're not doing that they should be doing, and I have reminded the project manager they're supposed to be submitting regular reports, SWIP reports.
Yep.
They have the stormwater pollution protection plan that from NIPD's where they're supposed to be submitting the regular reports. They're not doing that, and it's right in the order of conditions. that they should be doing that, sending the results to both the DPW and the commission.
Yep.
So I have reminded the project manager. And, you know, it's pretty typical I have to chase these guys. The only one I don't have to chase is Alan Costos.
Yep.
He's been doing it, but pretty much
Yep.
everyone else I have to. So I'll just continue to chase them.
If you can chase that down, and then if you haven't already, just do a quick drive-by up Princess Street, and loop around, come back around the other side by Drum Hill, but it's quite the sight when you're out
Right.
there.
I grew up right there.
That's
There
your
was
old
two distinct ponds. In that field, occasionally, maybe every 5 years, there'd be water in the field from one pond to the other. If you go by there now, the low point on that site where the water is right where Weed Street, where the Glenview Lounge used to be, and they built condos. That's the low point. And if you look there, that was always wet, even 60 years ago when I was a kid. Now that water's right up to
the road,
close to coming to the road.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. It's the ponds have never been as high as I've never seen them as high as they are right now. And I don't know why. Maybe it's like Chris said, they're
It's just the
cutting
highest
trees down.
water
They're
we've had.
it's Trammell Crow. They're doing a nice job on all the siltfinch and wattles that look nice. And I've seen them. I actually saw the guy walking around the site, looking at them all, and they look like they're done correctly. But what I think maybe, and I'm not, it's my opinion, that they've cleared a lot of trees up the top on the top of the hill, and there's nothing up there to hold the water, the runoff, where it used to be caught by the grass and by the trees and just the way the road used to go. There's a lot more water coming down to that. It's a bowl. It
Well,
comes down to that. But if you look by where the Weed Street is, by the on Princeton Boulevard and Weed Street, that spot is the lowest spot, and all that water is right up to the road. Right
Well,
there.
I have to say, it really makes you wonder about their stormwater calculations, whether they were correct. Because if the pond is that close to overflowing, I mean, it sounds like it could easily overflow with 3 or 4 inches of rain,
Right,
which
but-
is entirely
but-
possible.
Right, but we need our town engineer here. The rainfall is different,
It's different.
and our regs
Discharge,
aren't
Billy?
set up for that.
Discharge from that
Well,
pond?
I
No,
don't
it comes
disagree
into
with
the
that,
pond.
but I don't know if that's the whole story.
Oh, I agree.
Okay, so let's, I want to keep moving.
Yep.
We still got more on here.
Carl, that was the one you did the entire site walk, as you
Yeah,
remember.
I walked it.
Billy-
I walked
and
it.
You know
Billy-
where that gate was
I
you came
know,
through?
I remember.
That's-
And Billy rescued our chairman at the time.
Yeah, okay,
Carried him off site.
So, David, you have another thing for your list here to, I don't know if it's to connect with the DPW guy. And
Yes, and I'll be watching it too. I mean, if that pond overflows, then, the
Okay.
commission needs to decide what to do.
Anything else, Chris, on that?
No,
Okay,
thanks.
all right. Next thing is, I would like, as evidence tonight in many of the themes of our conversation tonight, I think it makes sense for us to have what I would call an off-cycle Conservation Commission meeting, public meeting, but probably not with telemedia or any of the other stuff.
Bless you.
It's more or less for us to go through some of our operational concerns, things like the peer review process, requirements for engineering plans. We've had questions about that, O&M plans and monitoring, stormwater management, a lot of the things that we talked about tonight. And just to kind of step back a little bit and talk through this as a commission and try to help David. How can we help David? How can we make it so that if we can hopefully not be here at 11 o'clock at night, nobody wants to be here this late.
Right.
How do we streamline things? So I'm open to anything else. If you look on the agenda, you'll see what I listed. That's kind of what I've been gathering from talking to each of you and my observations. If you have anything else you want to include in there, please let me know. I'd like it to just be kind of like a 2-hour, I don't want to say a bitch session, but how do we get, working session, and how do we make things
When
a
can
little
we
better?
do it? John's going to be here too.
Yeah, well, I'm looking, May 7th is the first Tuesday of May, whereas our next meeting, so we'll have one meeting coming up April 23rd, and then it would be 2 weeks
Three
later.
more weeks after that. is the
It
next
would be,
one.
well, 3 weeks later would be our
Yes.
follow-on meeting.
Right.
But 2 weeks later would be this meeting. Now, the week before that is town meeting, and we'll get enough that week. I don't want to do it that week, and that's too soon. But May 7th would be my proposal, or perhaps 2 weeks later, but May 7th to me makes sense.
Right.
I'd rather do it sooner. I mean, we can see in these meetings, I'm hearing from all you guys, hey, it's taking too long with, all that, and so I think that makes sense.
Yeah, and could I just add something? The way my brain goes is, yeah, we can list everything bothering us, but I think in 2 hours, we can identify a whole bunch of solutions.
Yep.
We don't have to pick the solution, but I think let's try to get some action out of it, so we
Yep.
can make things easier for everybody.
Right. It's-
Yeah.
Applicants, town departments, and us, right?
So, I
Agent,
don't
too.
know if that works for you,
Well,
Vivian.
yes. And
Okay,
Vivian.
That'd be great, yeah, appreciate it. It's still an official meeting.
Yeah.
Certainly the public's welcome, but I'm not expecting, it's not like 10 Hildreth or some of the other.
Right.
some of the other. Okay, so let's keep moving. If we can, David, I can give you something for an agenda, but.
Sure, and I'll reserve the room.
Reserve a room, it doesn't even have to be this room.
Right.
And telemedia?
And no telemedia, no.
Okay, but it is a officially posted public.
Yep,
Yes.
but that's not a requirement, yeah.
Yep,
Yep.
good.
But anybody who wants to come, they're welcome to come in. Continual business, commissioner input on the master plan implementation committee, Peter. I
Yeah.
think we identified that there's a lot of things that we're not doing, which,
Yeah, two quick things. I didn't realize this when I talked to the committee, but in the master plan, someone on the committee assigned a bunch of stuff to us. It's not necessarily assigned to us in the master plan. So I gotta unravel that, because that list I gave you last week has a couple of things where I think we all look at it and go, we're not in a position to do that. And I think somebody just assumed, so there's that piece. And secondly, I'm just gonna give a simple report. I'm gonna tell them what we are doing, but point out there's a lot of room to advance the town's approach to all this stuff. And I might reference, our working session as a starting point, and I think the Board of Health is doing a reg review for at least the groundwater protection, and there's some other stuff in my head that I need to put together, but I'll keep you guys in the loop.
okay,
Yeah, I'm not making any commitments or saying anything outrageous.
good, thank you. Open space and rec plan, we will have our kickoff meeting, I think it's a week from tonight.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, the
yeah, a week
16th.
from tonight.
Yes.
So we do have a team or a committee, and we had a short call with NEMCOG this morning just to kind of figure out how that meeting will go next week. So I think we're getting ready to kick that off. Peter and I talked about maybe there is an environment fair coming up at the library in May. And because the open space and rec plan is something that the whole town is involved in, that we might want to have a table at that environment fair. It's Saturday, May 4th. If I'm willing to sit at the table for 3 hours as long as I get to go to Navigation Brewery afterwards. But
I might want to go before.
yeah, I might want to go before or in the middle.
So we're asking fellow commissioners to come by in the last
Yeah.
hour?
So, assuming everybody's okay with us doing that and
bet.
getting a little Concom visibility and the open space plan, we'll do something. I don't know what exactly that looks like.
And I might ask, hi, Dave Sperry. Dave Sperry, I think, invited the Land Trust, because I invited Dave, if they
Okay.
wanted to stop by or be
Great.
part of it more
Good
formally.
idea.
If they're going, I'm not sure.
Phil's going to be representing the Land Trust.
Okay, all right.
Oh, excellent.
Okay,
Good.
good. Thanks for the warning. No, that's good. All good. Okay, then, update on, so Warren Poll CR. So we have an agreement. I am, and I've shared the wording with Dale. We met in here a couple of weeks ago, and I think we're all good.
Yeah, I think
It's essentially, it is an obligation on the town, but the obligation is to do a land management, conservation management plan specific to the meadow, which we were gonna do. So it's like, I'm good with that, that's fine, we're done. I think we're gonna get that ratified, but I am just delinquent getting a copy to you guys, so.
Yeah, give us a copy,
I
please.
wanna get a copy to you, I will get that, and we'll be able to vote on it, hopefully at our next meeting. Coolest update, John, you said you're not gonna be there Saturday, and,
Oh, the next meeting.
when's the next meeting? Is it next week?
It
or-
was while I was gone.
I can, well, then it would be next week, because you're
Yeah.
Well, I can talk to Mike and find out.
Yeah.
I may,
I told Mike you were gonna be there.
you didn't
Well,
check
you-
with my control tower. I gotta talk to the boss at home, so. All right, I'll talk with Mike, because I know he knows the
Well,
schedule.
I think it's a site walk this weekend.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it. Can you?
Yeah, I
Can you
can do
go?
that.
All right, yeah, Mark's gonna,
At least if there's somebody there.
and you said 9 o'clock?
I don't know, it's on the, I looked on the tablet
I can't make it.
by myself.
Hey,
All right,
hey, Carl, I don't know if this is relevant. I've had a couple of site walks, one with DPW and one with cost, really through the tree committee, but I feel like I understand the parcel pretty well.
do you wanna go?
Not really.
Okay.
I might be able to. Is it you or me? Or
Are you
Mark?
gonna
Well,
go?
Mark's
Or-
gonna
You
go.
were joking that you couldn't go.
I'll go to the
Okay, he's gonna go.
sidewalk.
Let
What time is it? Do we
I don't
know?
know.
We'll find out.
Yeah, you come in, give me a buzz.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Okay.
You're bringing the coffee again, right?
Absolutely. Coffee
All
and
right,
donuts.
agents report. So I know, David, actually, you got a few things on this list. This is why
yeah.
I'm pushing guys, is there's,
Right.
David
Yeah,
has
thank you.
3 or 4, 5 things
So
here.
I'll just make this as quick as possible. So you call the National Grid certificate of compliance for the work on the main power line easement in town. That the commission approved that contingent upon verification from Grid that they had either removed the, what was shown in the photos they submitted, or confirmation that it was outside the buffer zone. It turns out that they were illegally dumped mattresses. So it's not National Grid's fault. They're not responsible for that. So I guess I would ask the commission to authorize release of the COC to them. So.
All right. I move that we release the COC to
Yeah,
National Grid.
Second.
Motion, Chris, second by Peter. All in favor?
I,
Okay, done.
Great, get that off our backs. Anyway, 6 Tuttle Road, there was an anonymous complaint was filed with DEP when, about some, regrading. Actually, I think someone was pushing some yard debris and, maybe storm damage into the wetlands across the street from that residence. Maybe the initial thinking was maybe that was the sewer division that had done that because it was adjacent to the sewer pump station up there. But I know apparently neither sewer nor highway did that, so that was the homeowner. It looks like they did that. And I have no contact information from them. I'll have to send them a letter, which is what I typically do, unless.
Is that parcel that's adopted a strip of land along the wetland to store construction stuff?
Yeah, I think the pump station was probably, wetlands were filled for that, so, but anyway. So, I'll just add that to my list. I'll try and get on it as soon as I can.
Yeah, actually, though, if you're, so there's also 120 Concord Road, so.
120 Concord Road, we've got an abutter notification there for proposed forest cutting. Have not received a forest cutting plan, which is required. I called DCR to ask them about that. Never got a response. And now in the abutter notification letter says it's scheduled to start April 15th, which is like next Monday.
John, is that
So,
Viz?
Yes.
Wisniewski?
Kanuski? What, are they gonna log it?
that's what the
I
abutter
don't know if it's
notification
clear
said.
cut or just thinning or.
Well,
No,
the
he's
word-
probably he's probably gonna,
Yep.
that's
Do
a
you
tree
know him?
farm.
Can you reach out?
I'm not gonna be around.
He's kind of a strange guy.
Mark,
We're on
that's,
public
here.
I'll call him.
that's underneath the tree farm.
Yeah, well, yeah, we just.
And I know they've logged it in the past.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And they do selective cut, I think, they do it.
Okay. Well, they need a forest cutting plan. Haven't seen
Well,
that
the
yet.
forester usually comes in.
Well, that's right. And as I say, DCR is not returning my call. So I think if the logging does start on Monday, I think a cease and desist should be issued.
Yeah.
Because they're not complying with the regulations.
Yeah, so if you know him, if you can connect and just have him reach out to David, that would be
Well,
great.
the forester, if he's
Yeah.
actually using a forester.
The forester is?
Well, if he
Well,
knows
Mark will know.
I'll talk to you when this is over.
Okay, all right.
Next thing, actually, you already covered was someone whacking the trees at Russell Mill Pond.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to NEMBA also, because they're there a lot, but I'm gonna go back there and look. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and there were a couple of slashes. The lady tonight made it sound like there were quite a few more.
Well,
so-
I made it sound like there's there's over 100.
Really?
Oh, it's awful. When you look closely, yeah. I noticed it like a week ago.
Who is this, Thanksgiving Forest?
Yeah, I noticed it a week ago, and I
No,
saw a
Russell
few.
Mill. Russell Mill.
Russell Mill, rather.
Russell
I
Mill.
noticed it a week ago. I was walking through, then I went back the other day, and I started looking closely.
Okay.
And, you know, someone's just walking through whacking trees.
Oh,
It's not, it's subtle.
But no
Well, in
one's,
some cases, it's not subtle. They've cut
Yeah.
some
but
things
obviously
down.
no
But-
one's seen them, so.
Yeah, but
are
it's
they
more
doing
than
it
just,
late at
if you go there, there's a few that were cut, and you could tell they were cut by somebody just hacking away, taking like 20 minutes with a dull, something.
Wow.
But that's not the issue, in my mind. I mean, that is an issue. But the issue is they're whacking the big trees,
Yeah.
slicing them.
Well, and as the lady said, you know, it's not just the harm to nature, but the risk of somebody who's not.
What are we supposed to do? I'm not being facetious.
No, I mean, we could look at possibly, like she said, a trail cam. I've got a trail cam set up at Warren Pole right now.
I think,
No,
I mean, the
Crooked
smart
Spring.
thing.
Where is it?
Yeah, I mean, the
forget
smart
where-
thing would be to do that,
But, you know, a trail cam.
put a sign up so people
I
know.
might lose it, but,
I mean, I think that
Well,
trail
that's
cam's a
true.
great idea.
yeah. In fact, I've thought about, we should probably buy one or two, because there's so many places we could be using them for
Yeah,
everything from
absolutely.
monitoring for wildlife to this kind of a situation. Okay, keep going, Dave.
Last thing is, I got a call from the state police. They apparently have some equipment on the DCR fire tower at Robin Hill. And they're telling me that they're.
Antenna?
Yes. Yeah, and well, I guess these are microwave antennas that they use to communicate. And he was telling me that now there's some trees up there that now are interfering with their line of sight, because I guess it's all direct line of sight, you know, that they communicate back and forth with. So they want, I think he said 7 trees that they want to remove. So I said, mark the trees. And I'll go out, maybe with some commission members, take a look at them. You know, I think it's probably something the commission will have to let them do, you know, this is state police communications.
Right.
But I think you'll have to coordinate closely, maybe shut down the reservation that day.
Wait a minute, this is up on the top of Robin Hill?
Yeah.
It's not a reservation.
There aren't many people there.
It's just conservation land.
What's under the care, custody, and control of the commission.
Yeah, but it's not like there's we don't manage that like we manage any of our other sites.
Okay, is there a trail system? Is there a marked trail system?
No, not a mark.
Oh,
There's
okay.
there's an informal, like, the mountain bike kids ride their bikes there, but
Okay. Because he
We've
told me one of the trees has a blue marker on it, so he was assuming that was a trail system. Okay.
it's not,
Do they want permission, or they want us to take them down?
No, they want us to approve it. They will hire the tree service.
Can
to go
they
up
just
there.
top them?
yeah, I was wondering
Why
that.
don't you get them to, I mean, we could get,
Let's go look.
we get,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's go
Yeah,
look.
we can ask.
Just
He's
prune 'em.
going to let me know once they've got them marked. I'll let the commission know, and
I mean,
some
I
of us
I
can
have
too.
like some giant pine trees in my property. Honestly, I just lost a top third came down, and they're doing great.
Bingo.
Okay, all right.
So that's all I have in the report. For the next, this is another one of those situations where there's a couple of orders of conditions and original and amended that were approved probably 15 years ago. The property is being sold.
This is Lady Slipper, 8 Lady
This is 8 Lady Slipper. It actually wasn't for construction of the house. It was actually for a swimming pool and a deck or something like
Yeah, an
that.
addition, I remember doing that site walk.
What's that?
I remember doing that site walk, it was an addition and stuff.
Okay.
and, yeah.
So I was originally going to recommend the commission conditionally approve this, contingent upon a site visit and the engineer's certification, but I would say let's not even do that. I'm scheduled to walk the site with Brian Goudreau on the 16th. If everything looks okay, I'll recommend at the next meeting after that, should be the 23rd, the commission approve this. If they have to delay closing or they have to do a set aside of closing, then they'll just have to do it, you know. This is not a crisis on the commission's part,
Nope.
you know, after 15 or 16 years, you know.
Okay, Thank you. Meeting minutes for March 12th.
There's nothing done.
March 12th we have.
12th, right here, March
We got
12th.
March 12th.
Oh, the 12th is done.
Did I do one of them?
March 12th.
You're amazing. You don't even remember you did it.
Carl, I move that we approve the minutes of March 12th.
Motion from Chris to move the minutes from March
Second.
12th. Do I have a second? I have a second from Bill. Any further comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have one more thing.
Yep.
We can put it on the agenda for next meeting. Up at Willis Drive, Dave.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Went up there.
You talked to,
You want me to? Lady on 6.
Darlene
Darlene
Farrell.
Farrell.
Yes, yes.
thank you.
What it is on the site, there's a couple issues she had. There's in front of 75 Willis Drive, which is right at the beginning of our property, comes to a point. If you look at the GIS of the plan, there's a dock, an aluminum dock in the water, and she's concerned that the dock is on conservation land. It's right, you'd almost have to survey the site because it's so close, just based on looking at the houses and the road and everything. It's right on the edge. If it's on, it could be on our property, it may not be, but it's close. So that was an issue she had. The other issue was, there's a car parked in front of 75 Willis that parked on the conservation land. It's not on the street. They're actually parking on, a couple feet from the lake. So she's concerned about that car using that as a parking spot.
Sure.
And then the other issue was, she brought up that the boats that were supposed to be removed in November on the main part of that property haven't been moved. They're it's the same as it was last year, so.
What was that? We're getting a constable for the, earlier. Can we get the constable again? Keep that constable busy.
Yeah. So I think what she asked me to, if we could possibly put some more of those round conservation signs up on the little ones,
Okay.
on the trees down by where the car's parking, because that's definitely our land.
I have them. I'll meet you there if you want to.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And then up on the main part of that property, going up Willis Drive, there's some more trees we could put some on. Because right now, we've maybe got one or two right where the canoes are.
Okay.
So just to delineate that as our land, because she's concerned that people are using it as their own.
Yeah.
And not as conservation land, and restricting people who might want to use it from using it.
What about getting a survey to
Well,
mark
that's what I
the
was
boundary?
gonna, yeah, I could.
That might make sense,
Get
because
us-
this just keeps coming up. It just
Certainly,
keeps
I
And,
can
the,
get-
and, this,
get
and
a
if you look
proposal.
at the plan, it's kind of an odd shape.
Yeah.
Yes,
At
yeah.
the end near Sixth, it's odd, and if you, I don't know if there's cars parked on that part of the property
It'd be
up
good to
there.
know. Is it ours or not?
Yeah, so maybe it'd be worth it to have a survey done.
I think it might be. And what about asking DPW just to get rid of all the junk that's up there?
The
Maybe-
boats?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. Although, I remember we did give somebody approval to do some of that, but they
We-
were supposed to remove everything.
Nothing was removed
Yeah.
as far as the boats.
We
There's-
did.
It doesn't look bad.
We gave DPW the authorization to go move that stuff out.
Yeah, but I'm saying the people that we said you can put your stuff here, but you gotta take it out
Right.
every year.
So that was from April to
Yeah.
November.
Yeah, something like that.
We allowed it, but the stuff, it wasn't removed. So come this fall, do we take it away?
Yeah, this fall. We'll deal with this fall.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you
December
want to do,
1st.
if you want to request a survey, I'll meet Carl up there to put the things on the trees that we know is our land, and that'd be a step.
Just don't slash any trees.
Nope.
No, I get the machete though.
Okay.
Just in case.
Let's meet.
Leave your machete behind.
I got a drill. We can
Okay.
do it in
11:30.
take 5 minutes. One last thing before we go. 243 River Neck Road. Some of you remember that from many years ago. It did get mentioned. I think it was Ruth mentioned it from the
Right.
snow thing. That is coming back to life. It was in front of the select board on Monday night, and they're using what's called a local initiative project, which is
Friendly.
It's a 40B.
Friendly
Yeah.
40B.
Yeah, and so David provided some input to the select board for this, but he was kind of under the gun to provide something. And so in the meantime, the select board, and Virginia just sent me this email, and I'm remembering now that we had talked about this. So this will be on our next agenda for the next meeting because the select board wants to hear from us again by their May 6th meeting. So anyway, if you want to,
We don't know what the real problems are gonna be yet, because we don't know if they're available to use sewage
Yeah.
or private septic
so
systems.
I can tell you, if you want to go watch the Monday night select board meeting, you'll get some of those questions answered, but you'll also have 10 more questions from that too.
So
anyway.
is the select board asking for us to kind of do a pre-screening of what we think our issues would be if and when it came before us, essentially? Which is a great idea, but it's hard to do, because you gotta dive
I
in.
think Board of Health will be the first one to take a look at that.
Oh, because of the septic thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could always look at the project that was approved
That's what they're going by.
20 years ago.
and see, I mean, that was quite a process at that point, to see what was approved at that point.
They're hoping
That
that
could-
they
some
can
guidance
use the
anyway.
old issued permits for sewage there.
Didn't you have like all types of turtles and stuff out there?
Well, there was
Yeah,
a
there's all
natural
kinds of
heritage piece, I
Yeah,
think.
the commission didn't approve anything. The commission denied it twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's right next to our wildlife
But
refuge,
we
isn't
were,
it?
we were overruled or whatever?
Yeah, there was, the commission denied it, and then, based on, I guess, a revised plan, the DEP sent it back to the commission for a remand, saying, do you think you can approve this one? And the commission said, no,
And we rejected it again.
right, so that's when DEP issued a superseding order of conditions, and that was the point I made in my comments. So I'm not sure what additional
Okay.
the select board wants to hear.
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Yep. So anyway, that's just a heads up. Motion from Mark to close the
Seconded.
hearing.
Adjourn.
Second, Chris.
Adjourn.
Well, we can adjourn too.
Adjourn the meeting.
We can adjourn too.
Adjourn, yeah, adjourn the meeting. Yeah.
I second that.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye. We're-
Shut the TV.
Say goodnight.